We got a jam-packed program for you here tonight, so strap in and hang on tight. Okay, everybody and their mama has been talking about the Travis Hunter situation now. People have been getting at me, and Jason, when you talk about this, when you talk about that. Okay, let me go ahead and weigh in. For those of you not aware, college football player, hot prospect, Heisman Trophy winner, played for primetime Dion, Travis Hunter. But boy, the only person making more headlines in his world than him is his girlfriend, for all the wrong reasons. You see every red flag known to man with her, and it really, I guess folks really started talking about it from the beginning when it looks like there's problems. Now, what you see on your screen right here is the biggest problem. When you see a chick like this, all tatted up, there's your first clue. Fellas tend to look for clues that signify that the female is sexually available and sexually free and liberated, and they ignore all the signs that show that, by the way, there's more serious issues going on. The first video here, though, that you're going to see, this video right here is really what kicked it all off. After the game, he was trying to hug up on her, and it's very clear that she's very defensive, she's very standoffish, she's very get off me. This is on national television. Very clearly, there's a problem. She's saying something to him very clearly, things ain't all right. And there she was, and when folks saw that, everybody was like, okay, there's an issue here. Because all of us, everybody over the age of 20 knows you don't need somebody to spell this out to you in boxcar letters or to give you all the information. You know what you're looking at. You know nonverbal communication, and this is very clear, very blatant nonverbal communication. So you saw things like that. Now, maybe they want to tell you that was an isolated incident. Okay, then now your ears are up. You're looking for other signs of trouble. So more recently here, Coach Deion Sanders is sitting there, and he realizes there's a problem. Travis's girlfriend is sitting down. Folks are standing up to applaud, and the girlfriend is over there sitting down, and Deion has to pat her on the back and say, get up. He pats her to let her know, hey, you need to stand up. Folks seen that now, and everybody's saying, okay, once is an incident. Twice is a trend. 3 times is a pattern. And folks are noticing it just seems like you're kind of resentful that you want attention to be on you. And every time it's time to put the attention on him, you're doing something to try to get the attention on you. You're trying to be a spoiler. And if you want my analysis of it here tonight, you're going to get it. The 720 degrees you'll receive absolutely nowhere else. We got a lot to go ahead and fill you in. He's a young man. So of course, you know, sex is new to him, even if a college athlete. Females are new to him. Don't know what his situation with his dad. Like I say, his mom was there, dad's sitting somewhere else because of some legal issue, as I understand it. So the home environment seems like it's kind of complicated. So not really sure what's going on there, but if you don't have the right female raising you, then you start looking for surrogates elsewhere, or you become vulnerable to female attention elsewhere. And an opportunistic female is going to see that. And when she does, she's going to see an opportunity to take advantage. And everybody who's looking at this sees, every warning flag known to man is going off here. I'm going to say some things that may upset some folk, but I got to go ahead and give it to you straight just like it is. First of all, what are the warning signs here? The warning signs start with Travis himself. Jason, what warning sign? Let me just go ahead and say this right now. We getting that RG3 energy here. What? Travis is not going to be competing with Denzel Washington or Idris Elba in the modeling sector anytime soon. Damn! No disrespect. Not trying to diss nothing. I'm just saying, first of all, he's not the kind of guy that the females would just swoon for just naturally. He got the RG3 thing going on. So he's not, just keeping it on the bricks. He's not the guy that the females just naturally be like, damn. It's not that kind of situation. It really ain't. So when you see things like this popping off, it's like, I've seen this before. not beating up on the young man, not trying to be mean-spirited, not like that. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, okay, I just understand sports is your strong suit here. It's just, he's not going to be breaking down doors in the modeling. He's not going to get by on looks. I'm just putting like, the looks category is not what's going to carry him. If he can't play, it's game over. So the looks are not going to carry him. Okay, I mean, that's cool too. You know, it's like, hey, he's what he said, my money make me pretty. My performance make me pretty. Okay, but you have to be smart with that. And when you're a guy who, remember, he hasn't been Travis Hunter Heisman Trophy winner his whole life. So think about how he's been treated up until this point and the perspective that he has in himself up until this point. So then he's got this chick here, and like I say, I mean, she's not a ravishing beauty, but she doesn't have to be. That can actually be more seductive. And the reason it can be more seductive is because if she were just this perfect 10, that's going to make you more suspicious. As a man, it actually is going to make you more suspicious if she's a 10. So if she looks, you know, it's like, okay, she's not out of this world. Well, now your defenses are dropped because you're like, hey, she's just like me. She's just like me. It's like, she's not one of these chicks who would be mistaken for being one of these Instagram models. And she's just like me. So a fella's going to lower his defenses. So in this case, remember, she's actually going to be more seductive in this instance. This will be more seductive to him. So I'm giving you a hint there on the psychology that's at play. And remember, you're dealing with a couple of young folk here, especially in his case. You're dealing with a couple of young people. He doesn't have enough life experiences to recognize that kind of thing coming at him. He doesn't have that. And because he doesn't, this is all new to him. So things that he should be on guard against, he's actually not, even though he should be. Now, more and more things as people are digging into stuff, the more this girl talks, the worse it gets. The more she talks, the worse it gets. Let me go ahead and show you a video here. I've been digging through the crates. Go ahead and go to her on TikTok. And she's going to be talking about the incident at the stadium, and she's talking about what happened there. And everybody doesn't understand what's really going on, and she's got the inside track for it there. So I want you to hear what she had to say here.
They just won, and that's why we're still together to this day. So that's that. Okay, the next clip was at the game after they just won like their last game. People thought I was upset with him celebrating with cheerleaders. I don't know where that came from because he never celebrated with cheerleaders. So that I don't know where that started, but that's not what I said. But what y'all didn't see before the clip, me and him were talking. We had already interacted. I had already said congratulations. I had already kissed him over the fence that we couldn't get through. So the real reason why I was mad is because the security, and you can ask any of the family members who was actually there, they didn't want no one to storm the field. So they had 1,000 security people holding everyone back. But the people in the field were like, let the family down. Like, the family can come down. So everyone was going back and forth. I was arguing with the security guard. Okay, so now she's explaining and saying that there was something else. But that's not the reason I'm playing this, because I know a lot of you heard this video before. You heard this audio before. That's not the reason I'm bringing it up. I hope you remembered what you just heard and saw there. And don't worry if you forgot, I might come back and cover it again. But I want you to remember what you just heard and what you just saw from her. We're going to review this in a moment. Now, here's another video that's out here. And this is another video of her explaining about how these two got together. And this has raised yet another red flag with people.
Travis Hunter wasn't her type before they started dating.
I just didn't respond to him. He wasn't my type. So then I left him.
I wasn't her type.
I left him in my DMs for like 2 months, and then finally I answered him. But I didn't want to like be nothing. I just wanted to just be friends. Like, we could be friends. And then after I finally answered him on Instagram, then we texted for like
a long time.
Like another 2 months. And then he was friend zone because I didn't like. He was like, "Am I friend zone?" I was like, "Yes." I was not into him. And then finally, I had to go to a friend's birthday dinner, and I didn't want to go by myself, so he was like, "Oh, I'll go with you."
So once there's an incident, now folks are looking for other signs that was not an ice, that she's showing signs of contempt. As you know, that's the end of any relationship when you start seeing open signs of contempt. She's acting inappropriately, doing it in public. When a female starts trying to show out on a man in public, that's open signs of contempt. And a man needs to be absolutely vigilant and on guard against those kind of signs. So when folks start looking through the background and the more she talks, you're hearing, "I'll be damned." It's not just an incident. We don't see a trend. We're starting to see a pattern form. And what you see is that every time we turn around, she's trying to magnify herself. Every time you turn around, she's doing little things and big things to try to magnify herself. And then when you listen to her, she's telling you from the very beginning, "Oh, I wasn't even into him." So in other words, the rest of y'all digging him. I wasn't into him. He wanted me. I told him he was friend zoned. So she's taking this as an opportunity to try to bust him down and break him down and diminish him so she can magnify herself. She doesn't have anything going for herself nearly of the magnitude that he does. And yet every time we turn around, she's doing these things over and over again. Just basically, she's like, "Okay, I can't do anything constructive, but thanks for letting me in so I can be destructive. So I'll be bigger than you by tearing down what you have here." And the more you let her talk, the more she does that. Now, remember what I just told you all here just a few moments ago about listen to the way what you heard and what you saw. Listen to how she's talking here and look at what her hands are doing with her hair.
So then I left him.
I wasn't her type.
I left him in my DMs for like 2 months, and then finally I answered him. But I didn't want to like be nothing. I just wanted to just be friends. Like we could be friends. And then after I finally answered him on Instagram, then we texted for like
a long time.
Like,
Ocho, let's get the elephant in the room. You know the elephant.
So you see the way that she's talking there. You see the way that she's talking there. And then take a look at how she's talking here.
The clip, me and him were talking. We had already interacted. I had already said congratulations. I had already kissed him over the fence that we couldn't get through. So the real reason why I was mad is because the security, and you can ask any of the family members who was actually there, they didn't want no one to storm the field. So
did you notice? She's not saying all that like. You notice that she's all of a sudden she done got real Karen out here talking. All of a sudden. I mean, all of a sudden she sounded more like a Karen out here speaking. If you really want to be just brutally honest about it here, it's like I'm seeing the roots of a Karen here. She's talking one way one moment and then another. So by the way, just I'm showing you all. I'm seeing a whole. If you want to know what Jason Black saw, I'm seeing a whole bunch of things. If you all are seeing the same thing, give me the football emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. There's over 1,500 people in here live in just the first 10 minutes. But if you all are seeing a lot of the same thing that I'm seeing, you're hearing a lot of the same thing I'm hearing, you picking up on a lot of the same thing I'm picking up on, if it's not just me, hit me with the football emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. There are levels to this. And if we get to do a whole program here tonight, I'd like to investigate all the levels that are responding in here, because these are the things that I'm picking up and these are the things I'm seeing, and it's terribly, terribly obvious. Now, in all fairness here, I do want to I will go ahead and play. I want to show you one more thing, because actually this doesn't help her case. I believe that she was saying that there's other audio out here where she's saying that when she said he wasn't her type, it's because she's older than him. So There's another flag to watch out for. But the whole thing is she's saying that it was only a 2-month difference. They're literally saying that it was only a 2-month difference between her not responding to him and her responding to him. And then, okay, let's go to this place here. It's only a couple of months difference. So if age was an issue, then a couple of months, that was the big changing factor. Not really. Not really. More than likely, she did a Google search or something and found out, okay, she took a look at her prospects and, it is what it is. And she saw that, let's just be clear, there's a reason why I'm saying this. She saw that this dude is sprung. He's completely sprung. You take a look at that grin right there. Every black man in America who's got a fella at the job that you can't trust around the racist establishment. We all know that grin. Every black man, you done seen them teeth. You know that look. Oh, every black man who done had some backstabbing Negro at the job, you know that look right there. Oh, you know it. You know full well what this means. Like, oh, don't turn your back on him. He gonna be the first one up in the manager's office. Hi, Jamal was over there. I think Jamal stole a pencil. Thank you very much, Travis, for telling us that. You're not like the others. I don't mean to sound racist or anything, but you're not like the others. You're not racist at all, Becky. So y'all done seen them teeth? You've been seeing them teeth your whole damn life. You know that's the one. Ain't never smiled like that with a black female around. Now the black female on this planet, he done shown them window pane teeth too like that. So the first time he got something that's not officially black is, ain't no recovering from this. Ain't no recovering. He can't grin big enough. Can't grin big enough for it. Nothing else is gonna do. Nothing else is gonna do. When you see pictures like this right here, oh man. When you see pictures like this reminds me of that big red chewing gum commercial. He's living the dream, y'all. This is like Jeezy when he was with Jenny Ma. This is like Jeezy when he was with Jenny Ma. It's like, okay, this is totally out of character, man. Come on now. This is totally out of character. So you know that he's emulating. They lose their minds. They get confused. They're letting you know there's this repressed desire that they have. And so it's not just one picture or one incident or one thing. That's why I'm showing you all, by the way, there's a list of things. Now, as men, you're not supposed to be that damn dense when you have enough life experiences. As men, you can see that tattoo sleeve on her arm. He's talking about that they're engaged and he wants to get married as soon as he hits the league. What? He's talking about they are engaged and he wants to get married as soon as he gets drafted. As soon as he hit the league, he wants to marry her. Now, is that his idea or is that hers? So if you want to know what folks are looking at, it's like, by the way, he's ready to go for it. Hook, line, and sinker. He's already ready to go for it. He's already ready to give it up. He's already ready to give it up and throw it out there. Jason, are you sure? Are you certain? Don't believe me, believe him.
It doesn't look like somebody that's happy for her boyfriend to be winning football games. And currently, now fiance and Travis Hunter is saying that he's going to get married to her the second he signs his NFL contract.
Beyonce, y'all get married in 2025?
Yep, next year.
Rookie year. Yep.
And you're gonna get married. And you're gonna have some babies.
Yep.
Yeah. I
And he said that on a Pivot podcast, man. He did an interview talking.
married in 2025.
Yep, next year.
Rookie year.
Yep.
And you're gonna get married. And you're gonna have some babies.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's
I
wanted to show them teeth one more time. I wanted to back it up so I could show y'all them teeth one more again. Wanted to show you them teeth one more again. Man, the hog is getting big and fat. Oh, she just sitting back, and we all recognize the signs of contempt. We all recognize the signs when you've got a female who feels like she's trying to tear you down. She wants to be better than you, and that you're willing to accept the abuse. That doesn't make her do it less. That makes her do it more because she wants you under complete control. So then she's going to tell you, get out there and get the biggest contract you have. And then she will ruthlessly cut you off right after she got what she wants. So she's already angling to get a baby and get a ring. So he'll be over a barrel, not even allowing him time to think about it. There's the real problem, is he's not even allowing himself time to think about it. Not even waiting for time to think. He's just jumping right off into it. All these red flags all over the damn place. Let me go ahead and show y'all one more sign here that obviously there's a reason that we ain't going to be able to say very much to him. Take a look on your screens here. Here's a video here from their TikTok. It was titled Teaching Her How to Dance. Now, I don't have the music playing, but by the way, y'all know y'all know a Negro doing this. Oh, that's it. He's gone. Never in his life would you have him with a black female doing this. Never in his life. Talking about teaching her how to dance. You know full well this is a problem. You know this is somebody trying to project something. She's not black enough. He's trying to act like he's imprinting himself. Dude, this is not like that. First of all, them tattoos on her, she don't need a whole lot of assistance knowing how to do certain things, but he's telling himself stuff. But you know what you're looking at here. Every time you see one of these screwed up fellas here who are trying to prove something to the dominant society, they're trying to get their Carlton Banks on. He's just skinning and grinning. And this idea of dancing with people here, he's trying to show you that she accepts him. That's what that's supposed to signify, is that she accepts him. In reality, he's the one fighting to get her approval. And these gestures here and these social mixing gestures that you think you're doing, this doesn't mean anything. This does not matter at all. So I want you all, of all the videos that are out there and stuff, this is one that I haven't seen a whole bunch of folks showing or talking about. When I saw this, I said, oh, this explains everything. This explains it all. Teaching her how to dance. That was the title of it. I said, oh, this explains everything. Yeah. This explains it all. Yeah. I mean, straight Carlton Banks. He's trying to qualify for her. So in this dynamic, emotionally, she is the leader. She is in charge. And she sees that he's desperate for her attention and her approval. And she's like, hell, that's it. Let me just wait for the bag to show up, and I'm going to beat him up from time to time to make sure he knows who the boss is, and he'll always be trying to fight for my approval, which I won't really give him. And that's what happens. Sad situation. His parents are obviously AWOL. Obviously. He's obviously gotten himself a hold of a big ass problem. The more you try to tell him don't do it, he'll be sitting there trying to prove that it's not true. For fellas who are socially awkward, if they do get a hold of a female, then they start trying to overcompensate. If they do get a hold of a female, they get socially isolated. They're already kind of off by themselves. Now they're socially isolated with just her. Well, she understands me. And of course, the other reason why we're not going to be able to make really any impression on him is because she do things with him that we don't do. She does things with him that we don't do. She does things with him. She doing stuff. That's the bottom line. We can show him these things and show him how she was acting at that game. She's going to get behind closed doors and tell him, I be tripping, but I be loving you. And next thing you know, she shows him her tramp stamp, and then he completely forgets and disregards everything she just did. And he's young. Like I said, all this is new to him. So she sit up here and rub him on the leg and transfer some body heat and all these obvious non-sexual signs of contempt. He's like, as long as I got sexual access, everything else is secondary, because that's the most important thing, isn't it? I mean, if she didn't really like me, then she wouldn't let me have sex with her, would he? Okay. So we can all see this slow motion car crash. And maybe he might get smart here later. He might wake up, he might avoid the wall. Who knows? It could happen. She might do something as soon as it's time to sign that NFL check. He might ease back on the gas and be like, wait a minute now, things getting serious. In which case, that means she's going to try to go for the baby first. She's going to be heavy about unprotected sex, and we should start having babies now. So my prediction is, if he does start pulling back, she's going to be real heavy about getting pregnant. And with all them tattoos on her, yeah, I don't think anybody will be surprised about that. All them tattoos, yeah. So, she got him lined up in the crosshairs, and maybe he won't repeat RG3, who knows? But right now, if you want to know what's going on, yeah, we see it. We've seen it before. We'll see it again. There's nobody in the mix for it. A prenuptial, dudes like him don't get prenups. That's the issue. Dudes like him don't get prenups. Dudes like him don't really do that. You don't have a real strong masculine figure. Maybe he'll listen to Dion. Maybe because the only chance we have right now is that because there has been so much mass social attention on this and he's heard about it and has gotten through, that might make him second guess some of what he's seeing. Because there's just been this avalanche of people saying something. That'd be the only thing. If that doesn't do it, no, because remember, he's going to tell himself that she ain't the regular Insta-thought, and we know each other and we get along, and he's ignored all the other warning signs. When she's telling you about you were pursuing me and he wanted to be with her, I mean, she knows she has the upper hand, so what she's going to do now is press the advantage. And there's really only one way for him to fix that. There would really only be one way to fix that, but yeah, I mean, as long as he has sexual access to old girl and, they're doing what they do, it's going to be hard for him to listen to anything else. It's going to be difficult to get him to listen to anything else. Furthermore, you can see on his face, he wants to believe it. He wants to believe it. He wants to believe that he's over. He wants to believe he's found his niche for himself. He wants to believe he got it. He wants to believe he finally qualifies. So there's the other issue. When you have somebody who wants to believe the deception, they want to believe that this is real. They want to believe this is true. They want to believe that everybody else is wrong. They want to believe that, well, you just don't know her like I know her. He's been saying little things that imply that. Why y'all gotta talk about my girl? Ain't you got one? It's like, okay, well, we're not talking about the girl, we're talking about a car wreck. So little things like that. Don't expect to be able to talk a whole lot of sense into him. Maybe Dion has said something to him. I just don't know how much clout Dion has with him. I just don't know how much clout Dion has with him. So maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. Maybe he'll get lucky. But other than that, I mean, get ready. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And this is a cautionary tale. This is a cautionary tale because usually you would be under the idea that she got to be a Brittany Renner. She's got to be a 10. She got to be this. She got to look poly purebred. I'm like, no, there's levels to this. There are levels to things that get people, particularly men, inexperienced young men, to drop their guard. There are things that will seduce them and entice them to drop their guard. And in this case, you can see a fella in college, you got a chick with a damn tattoo sleeve. It's like, man, what do you think the quality here is? Like, what do you think she's going to offer you? What do you think that's going to be? How is it you take a look at that tattoo sleeve and the tattoos on her legs and the tattoos on her back, and I don't know wherever else she got them. Damn! And you're saying that that's wife material and mother material? He's seen all these other fellas before him. Y'all know that he's received the debriefing from Coach Prime. He's seen all that. But you got to remember, I mean, you're putting a whole lot on Coach Prime. How is he, if his parents didn't game him up for the last 18, 19, 20 years, how is Deion Sanders going to overcome that in a season? How does the football coach overcome 2 decades of bad programming in a season? How does he overcome that? How do you inject some smarts into that? So that's asking a whole lot from a man who just got there. That's asking a whole lot. And there are signs out there that I want the men listening here, for those of you, if you have kids, if you don't, there are just things to take a look for. When you got that look, I've told you about the nonverbal cues of communication. This picture on your screen right here, skinning and grinning, this is the biggest nonverbal communication you could imagine. You'll have folks sit up here and tell you, just ignore that. That doesn't mean what you so obviously see on your screen. You can see the expression on his face. You can see that he is giddy as hell. You can see that. So this is what leads us to suspect. This is what leads us to suspect. We may not be able to conclusively prove this, although we've seen this enough times previously that we have reasonable cause to suspect that when you got these fellas out here and they go to college, they done left the hood, now they've got sexual access. What? Oh, I'm going there.
And deal with it.
Just like your daughters, they go off to college and now they got an opportunity to get run through by some little muscular dudes with some abs. Your sons go out here, they've left the neighborhood, you didn't do your job raising them correctly to be able to spot obvious trouble. He ends up in college and then the next thing you know, he's sprung. This is his first time rubbing up on something that don't look like his mama. This is his first time rubbing up on something that doesn't look like it came from the block he was born on. Now he's telling himself that he's a global traveler. Now he's telling himself he's doing something slick. Now he's telling himself he's got him something exotic. Now he's telling himself he's got something special here. So he's been waiting to get validated. He's been waiting to prove he's been I have arrived. He's been waiting on this the whole time. You can see the expression of somebody who's accomplished a goal they've been waiting for a long time. And we suspect it's not that Heisman Trophy in front of him. It's like, he's like, man, I got the game, I got the name, I got the girl, everything done fell in place. You're starting to pick that up because we've seen this before. Take a look at that suit that he's wearing there. I'm just saying, I wonder if we'll ever see him wearing something like that again. I pointed this out when young Jeezy was wearing the Oriental clothing with Jeannie Ma. I was like, dude, you ain't never dressed like that before. Who's making the imprint here? Are you imprinting on her? Is she imprinting? What are you trying to prove? When you saw that happen, that's when you start saying, it's like, okay, we got an issue there. We got an issue there. That's the kind of thing I want you to keep in mind here. That's the kind of thing I want you to keep in mind. If folks not completely forthcoming with you about those things, you'll end up confused. Right now, he looks like he's been set up for it, so we'll see if it works for him. All right, let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom right quick. Turn off your speakers, sir. Works for him. All right, let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom right quick. Okay, nigga, don't tell me wait. Folks, okay, all right, let me put you back in the waiting room there, dude. I'm telling him, hey, you got your speakers. He's yeah, hey, hold on, wait. Okay. All right, y'all. He didn't know whose program he was calling in. All right, let's not do that. You the one that can't figure out how to work this newfangled technology. No? Can you wait till I figure it out? No, call the grandkids. I'd like to tell you that Travis is the only one, but unfortunately, no, Travis is not. Travis is just the latest victim running around out here. Travis is the latest victim because, oh boy. Oh, Remy Ma and Pappoose. All you folks running around talking about love story and all that old garbage. And Jason ain't never said nothing about that. You can't see this is messed up. You ain't checked the damn paperwork. Y'all, none of y'all checked the paperwork. None of you. Folks don't want to know things. They just want to say things and believe things. So Remy Ma and Pappoose are going at each other because the worm has turned. Okay, very brief history lesson here. Very brief history lesson. Where is the thing at here? Okay, there's the very brief history lesson. Remy Ma, she debuted on Terror Squad's final album, True Story, back in 2004. 2 years later, she released her debut album, Something About Remy. The very next year, she releases her album in 2006. The very next year, she shoots somebody and gets sentenced to 8 years. Pappoose, being the good stand-up dude that he is, because that's being the nice guy that he is, marries her on her way to prison. Now, there's reason for that, because her star was doing things that his wasn't doing at the time. So he had reasons for that. Lo and behold, he ignored obvious signs of contempt. And there's a penalty that you pay for that. When you got obvious signs of contempt, you do yourself a huge disservice ignoring it. All right, let me go ahead and see if I can jump back over here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and get Mike. Go ahead and unmute yourself there.
All right, hello?
All right, I got Mike here on Zoom. Now, Mike, before I say anything else, do we want to identify or do we want to stay anonymous?
No, I'll go ahead and identify. I'll identify.
Go ahead.
Yep. Yo, this is Mike Daniels. I played in the NFL for quite a bit. Recently retired. Last time I called in was after the Sierra and Russell situation a few years back. They was at a Super Bowl party, a game in which I played and lost in. I don't want to go into that, but
go Bengals.
Yeah, and then but they left the party. So when I hear things about the NFL, I just feel, those of us who are tapped in to the soil, like whatever we're into, right? If that topic's being spoken on, then we should step in and share our perspective on it. And I got a very good perspective being a guy from New Jersey, which is a melting pot. A lot of FBA, non-FBA alike, but we all get along. You know what I mean? And to Iowa, to being in Green Bay in the Midwest, so I've seen it on so many different aspects.
Brother, it looks like he hasn't done his due diligence. His dad is obviously not on scene like he should be. Are you seeing as many red flags as the rest of us are seeing?
Yes, I will, right? And I'll just say this first and foremost. I love where we're at right now. I like the direction we're going as a unit. Shout outs to the family for looking out, because I remember being in college and watching these things play out and nobody saying a damn thing. Nobody said a word. Nobody. You know what I mean? And if you said something, you were hating. So now this almost to the point to where it's trending that everybody's trying to say, run, brother, run. Now, I don't know the girl, so I won't speak about her. You know how I take my stance with that whole situation with any of them. I don't know him. I don't know her. I can only go off of what I see, right? And right now, if I brought a girl home and the entire family is saying, yo, we don't know about her, well, she chopped liver then after that. And right now, the whole family is speaking, and we're doing a good job with that, because at high time that we kind of stepped up and looked out for each other. Now, the test for us, realistically, if she was black and doing the same thing, I would like us to see us do the same, have the same type of energy, because we saw what happened with Mike Tyson and I'm a little young, the actress, Robin. You know what I mean? So I think we need to keep this energy for all aspects when it comes to this, right? Because a lot of guys, so treachery doesn't have a color to it, right? Yes, we'd all like to look at it a certain way. This is true, but treachery is treachery. A lot of times, treachery typically looks a certain way. I'll say it like that, right? A lot of times you'll see brothers who he's Tyrone Jackson, but he plays on Florida. So, a white girl might love him, right? But if he's Tyrone Jackson from, Fort Lauderdale, you see what I'm saying? From that Belgrade, from the muck, ain't never left Florida. Well, that same girl might lock her car doors when she drives by. And that's the part I don't like. So when you hear these type of things like he wasn't my type until then, I mean, you can grow on somebody, but it just doesn't look good, right? That just doesn't look good when you say that. You know what I mean? And we got to keep this in mind too. And you made this mention before, but I'll keep this in mind too. And I want everybody to write this down, man. The jocks and the bookworms are the same. I'm going to say it again. Jocks and bookworms are the same. How is that? Jocks had the gym, bookworms had the library. When the bookworm was putting all his time in the library and the books, the jocks was putting all his time in the gym and lifting weights and training. So when it gets time for us to finally get our comeuppance and get into our, get into our financial power state, we game goofy because we never took the time, like the cool niggas, we never took the time to figure females out. So now we are the jocks when they make it, and I can go ahead and say the rappers too, because they was in the studio while we was in the gym, while you was in the library. So that's why you see a lot of times when we make it, unfortunately, we get got. That's why you see players and rappers and all that, they all sharing the same females. You see what I'm saying? Man, this a whole loaded topic, man. I can go on all day, but I don't want to take up all the time. I will, you know what I'm saying? But I don't want to take up all the time. So I'm gonna let you. Well, speak on what you gotta speak on. But I don't have an issue with folks exercising judgment.
When you've lived a certain number of years, you're supposed to have learned something from it. And look, I'm half a century old at this point. If my son brings a chick through the door with a tattoo sleeve and tats up her back and tats on her thigh, I don't need to hear her story. I can see your story. No hate, no shade, no disrespect, but let's just keep it real. I see your story just as much as if you brought me, if your daughter comes home with a fella with a red beard and NRA patches on his damn jacket. And a Confederate flag in the back window of his pickup truck. I don't need to hear his story. I can see his story. So we gonna go from here. Yeah. I don't need you. Well, I can explain. This explains itself. This explains itself.
So we and sorry to cut you off. You know, I'm from Jersey. You from down south. You know what I mean? We talk the same, but we talk different. You know what I mean? But a lot of times with us as men in general, and you've been pointing this, and I've been saying this for a long time, and it didn't occur to me until I was a senior in high school, when I would go to pick my girlfriend up, and she would say, "Oh yeah, I told my mom I'm at so-and-so's house." Well, you lied to her, because all I did was tell my mama, "Hey, I'm going to pick up my girl." She said, "Okay." See, women in general, they have to be able, they have to use their brains differently than boys do growing up, right? Because there's life and death consequences. There's sexual assault consequences, right? If a woman is not using great discernment. See what I'm saying? Like, we don't have to worry about the same things women worry about, right? And they are protected differently than we are. So they have to be able to become better liars just to be able to spend time with us, right? Yo, mom, I'm going to the park. All right, I'll see y'all later. I'll be going for hours. The little girls, on the other hand, they got to come up with a whole plan to be able to come and hang out with the boys. You know? They can't just say, "Mom, I'm going to the park." Well, who's going to be at the park? See what I mean? It's different for them. So they learn to be great liars younger for protection. So now we're already behind the game in terms of that. That's why a lot of guys get got. Then once again, add on to what I said. The rapper was in the studio, the bookworm was in the library, and the athlete was in the gym. We're not taking those formative years to learn females, right? That's why we go like, was sugar, spice, and everything nice, because last time we were paying attention to females, that's what they were when we were in elementary school. Then we got in middle school, and as they're starting to change and having to start to become more devious, right, and not taking a shot at women, but they're having to get more game, rather, so they can survive. That's when, at that time, we're starting to figure out, well, yo, I do want to pursue music. I do want to pursue engineering. I do want to pursue law. I do want to pursue sports. So while they're being gamed up during those formative puberty years, we're starting to put our work in. So now by the time we all adults, they done put lots of years in, right? That's why they like older men, because they figure the older guys get it, right? They put the years in to develop that. You know what I mean? They're womanly wiles. But we've spent those years harvesting and developing for the career that we want. So now when we finally get it, now, okay, time for me to go check out the females. All I'm seeing is sugar, spice, and everything nice. I'm looking for a wife. I'm looking for a partner, but she coming to this with a plan.
You've been conditioned to conquer the world. She's been conditioned to conquer you.
To conquer you. Exactly. Exactly. And here's another thing with athletes, right? And just in general as men, we have to keep the main thing, even when it comes to the females, because what happens is now we finally got a chance to get that cute girl because we got the paper, right? Or if you was the athlete and you ain't hit your growth spurt, now you done grew to be 6'4", 250 muscle, you know what I mean? Or you the rapper and now you the famous, you the popular guy, you the cool guy, right? Now you can finally get that pretty girl that really wasn't paying attention to you. Not realizing all along, you probably could have got her when you was younger. Because all the guys that became bums was getting her, but they was getting her because that was their priority during those formative years. We weren't getting them in the formative years because our priority was conquering the world. That's why the access to women is a lot larger for the cool guys when we're younger, and then it flips towards us because now they had to put the work in that they weren't putting in while we was putting the work in. Now we can play while they got to work, but they were playing while we were working. You know what I mean? And we got to get off of this trophy wife thing is what I'm getting to, right? Got to get off that trophy wife thing.
Pedestalization, because as I've always said, women don't pedestalize men. Men pedestalize women. Women do not pedestalize us. They brag about not doing it.
Not one bit. I'm saying, yo, right? I had a coach. He said this, right? My wife ran track. I played football. He said, "Oh, y'all got $1 million DNA." Naturally, our children will be more inclined to sports because that's what we both did. And I played in the NFL, so that became the family business. Now, am I pushing sports? No, but they're naturally in it, so that's what we're going to do. And you're going to utilize it to get a further head start, to get a free education, potentially make a good living, right? On to your next venture, to be able to shake hands, get in the right rooms with the right people. You get what I mean? Because that's our family business. Just like the man who's a carpenter. He's going to teach his son how to be a carpenter. The man who's a lawyer, he's going to teach his son law. Every man that's a barber, his son knows how to cut hair. See what I'm saying? So it's like every man who's a mechanic, his son knows how to work on cars. So, and while doing that though, right, when it comes time to pick a female, don't go pick the trophy wife. Don't go pick the trophy wife. I tell boys all the time, yo, man, if she's a 7, she can dial herself up to be a 9, and that's perfect. If she's a 7 with all the right qualities, you can dial her up to be a 9, because that's way better than a 10 with no qualities. That's way better than a 10 with no qualities, right? So you want to pick the female that's going to be more aligned with what you're doing, so you can now create $1 million DNA. You don't want to pick a female.
To do though.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You have to have something to do, because here's the thing: what you're describing is having your own agenda first. Then you have a female who you're bringing into that agenda. But if your agenda is to get a female, now you're going to be in trouble, because now she is the agenda. Well, you're going to be like, once you got her, that's it. Everything else it falls into place. You don't realize we don't have anything else.
No, well, because that to them, that's the come up. Wow, look at this. I got her, right? I always used to say this, man. My freshman year of college, right? I seen some brothers, we would have 5 a.m. workouts, Jason, 5 a.m. workouts. It'd be 2 a.m. They be having girls just leaving their dorm room. And I would say straight like this, man. Part of my French. I say, man, you could tell he ain't never had no pussy in high school. That's exactly what I would say. You could tell he ain't never get no girls in high school. You could tell this is why he plays football, because of that reason. Because, brother, you got a 5 a.m. workout, man. Your focus should be, how can I maximize my time that I'm out here, right? How can I fully utilize all the resources I have access to, right? I'm shaking hands and taking classes with kids whose parents are major CEOs, right? I'm in a company of guys who are making millions of dollars a coach of sport. I have access to men who are alumni, esteemed alumni, right? And women. So why not utilize and conquer the space you're in? Well, because everybody's stupefied. Because now he's excited because he finally has access to females. He finally feels, I can finally do this. I can do this. They finally like me. But the thing is, you're going to be who you're going to be no matter where you go. And you're well-traveled. I'm well-traveled. Anybody who's well-traveled knows no matter where you go, you're going to be who you are. If you was the dude that was getting in fights every time with people back at home, you're going to get in fights with people in 2 states over. If you was somebody who was a people pleaser back at home, you're going to be a people pleaser across the country. If you was somebody who conquered his part of the neighborhood, you're going to be that person who conquers his part of the campus when he goes to college, wherever he's at.
That's character. Character is where you are wherever you go. But what if you don't realize you're a simp, Mike? What if you don't realize you got holes in your game and all the other folk around you can see it? That's a dangerous position to be in.
Man, I'm going to tell you what the problem is, right? And I saw you briefly had a clip. I don't want to mention other podcasts, but I mean, you know, you had a brief clip of Uncle Ocho, Shannon Sharp. Yeah,
Shannon Sharp. Yeah, it's the Shannon Sharp.
Right. Okay, yeah, right. And I got a lot of respect for them and what they do. You know what I mean? I love it. You know what I'm saying? I love Club Station. I love Ocho Cinco and everything, right? And but you know, I know there's the policy of like, you know, we don't want to mention other things. But for the sake of what we're discussing, right? They made the comment like, yo, stay out of folks' business, right? I fully understand that, but that's taken too far. Because people are missing the fact that he's saying, yo, I hope he's making like I think he made a comment about we do want him to be smart and make the right decision. But then also like stay out of folks' business. There's like when the dude when we talked about Russ and Sierra last time, right? And the one guy was like, man, don't you think the Russ's teammates will kind of step up and like kind of try to jump on Future. I'm like, no. 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 It's like, bruh, I don't care what he got going on. I could care less. And there's wisdom in that. But it's also very foolish because now you're not upholding your end of uplifting the community. Because what happens, Jason, a lot of times these athletes, they get so head up their own butts, right? Because they just think they all that. Jason, I'm gonna tell you a quick thing, man. I coached youth football, right? I played 10 years in the NFL. I was a top 100 player, 3 years in a row. I was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and I was a Pro Bowler, okay? I coached youth football. And I would go to some kids and say, hey, to them and their parents, I tell them, look, I'm running a program that's very similar to how we do things in college. My whole goal is to make sure your son is prepared going into high school and that he can learn skills and whatnot that he can carry through high school to get him into college one day. That's what he wants, right? And you would think that that would kind of perk their ears to say, this is where I want to go because now my son can learn from somebody who's actually done it, from someone who's not just done it, someone who's accomplished in that, right? But what happens is these kids' heads are so blown up that they say, nah, I'm good. I'm going to go over here because they win championships. And I'd always say this, well, look, young man, I want you to enjoy your championship, but just know from experience, I haven't been in a single locker room, high school, college, NFL, where anybody flaunted their middle school championship ring or jacket.
Thank you.
Because that no longer matters. So what happens is their heads get blown up. And then it gets more blown up in high school. Now you're doing well, and everybody's writing about you. Everybody's doing this, everybody's doing that. Then you go to college. You're on the campus, and now your head's blown up more because everybody, you're a target, and you're getting fattening up for the kill. But while they feeding you, you thinking they just feeding you food because you never ate before. No, they're fattening you up for the slaughter. But you so stupefied, you don't care. And this is why there's the importance of the father. I had a teammate in college, and his parents were separated, and he would say one time, like, man, and we in middle of nowhere, we in Iowa, you know what I'm saying? And he was from Cleveland. He said, man, I can't talk to my mom about this, man, because she's just happy I'm not in the hood no more. She's just happy that I'm not dodging bullets, that I'm not on the block. But my pop gets it.
You know, back to what you were saying there about what Shannon Sharp and were talking about. You know, that is our business. Let me be clear about one thing right here. We're not gossiping. That what's going on with them, that is our business. Because here's the thing. We sit up here so often and nobody says anything when they see a problem. This idea where, you know, folks don't have any better experience, they don't have anybody around them to tell them anything. Nope. You're not helping somebody if you see there's an issue and everybody's just being quiet and sitting there and not saying nothing. Because then he'll look up in 10 years with a whole damn train wreck situation and say, why didn't somebody say something? All of y'all knew, if y'all all knew this, why didn't you say something? So it is our business there. We are doing the right thing. We're not gossiping. We're not talking about, does she have a body count or this, that, and the other. We're talking about what we've seen. We're like, hey, I saw that during the game. I saw that. It's like, hey, is everything all right with y'all?
Funny,
because
yo.
I saw
that. But
Now, to shoot them some bail from being in them locker rooms and being an athlete, right? Once again, you see his response. Yo, bro, I ain't trying to hear what y'all got to say. This is what I do. Right? Now, yeah, you could say this a man standing on business. I mean, he is. It ain't the business that a lot of people agree with, but he's standing on the square like, listen, y'all can fall back because this mine, right? So, yeah, you can, in a different setting, people will be admiring that, right? You know what I'm saying? But with this situation, right? It's rough. It's just rough, yo. It's just rough, man, because what happens, guys adopt that mindset in NFL locker rooms because I've been a victim of this. When you care more than some of the other guys about the things that actually matter, when you care more than just getting your paycheck, right? When you care more than just, I don't want to just be a guy on the team. I want to be great.
when you care more than let's just hopefully we can win a game, when you actually want to try to win the Super Bowl, what's going to happen? You're going to turn people off because now they don't want to be held to that higher standard. And a lot of times, guys that work so hard to get here, they tired, bruh. They ran out of steam. They don't want to do a whole lot more. They just want to be here, collect their checks until the NFL tell them they done. And that's what happens. Shannon and Ocho are two guys that strove for greatness. Look at them right now, post-career. Look at what they're doing right now, right? Post-career, they're killing it because they wanted greatness and they achieved greatness and they're continuing to do that because that's that character you're talking about. So one thing that they've learned is that, I've been in locker rooms. They're saying I've been in locker rooms where we tried to save this guy, that guy, this guy, that guy, where we tried to motivate the team to win. And guys just ain't want it because they was collecting a check. They cool. So that's where they get that thought process. This is why I understand them, right? This is where they get that thought process of, man, just mind your business, man.
Well,
who cares, man?
It's one thing.
They know these guys ain't going to care. And that's kind of them saying, like, they just, just like they're not trying to get themselves emotionally invested to be let down.
No, look, it's one thing if I tell somebody that, hey, there's an open manhole cover in front of you. And he doesn't see it. And I'm trying to warn him. He may keep walking, but he doesn't understand. There's an open manhole cover. Oh, if he doesn't see it. It's another thing if I tell him there's an open manhole cover and he says, yes, I see it. Well, you want to stop walking? I know how to deal with open manhole covers. Really? Okay.
And Jason, that's how they be in this, bro, for NFL specifically. That's how they be. That's literally how they be. You'll give an open manhole, you'll see open manhole cover with snakes that got arms and they jumping up because they got legs too. And now these ain't even snakes no more. And it's like, bro, there's a manhole cover and there's creatures down there that I don't even know what they are, but you better stay away because they snatching niggas in there. And dudes will look and say, hey man, get about my business, man. Back the fuck up, man. Let me do what I do, nigga. Shut up, man. I got this. You act like you somebody daddy. That's how they will talk to you.
Yeah, that sassiness, who they got that from. And it's like, at that point there, all you can do is fall back and say, okay, if you got that much of her in you, don't be surprised if you end up where she did.
But you know what? I've done met mamas, bro, that will sit there and encourage that.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, man, I've talked to personnel guys who will straight up say, about a player, man, his mom is part of the problem.
Don't tell my baby what he know what he doing. Y'all don't even. So she's never had a competent man. So she's pretending that she knows that she's raised one, even though she obviously hasn't. So she's on suicide watch. You've done something she'll never be able to do. You end up in a situation where you have a bunch of people around you who can leech off of you and feed off of you, but they can't sustain you.
They can't. And it's funny we mentioned that, right? Because here's something else I noticed, right? Just with playing and coaching. There's two types of single moms, right? Preferably you don't want any, but life happens, right? But there's two types of single moms. There's a single mom who comes out of the household where there is respect for the man, but life in a way that her child's father is not present, whatever it may be, okay? Because we know things happen, okay? That's the single mom that when I'm coaching, she'll say, Coach, put foot so far up his tail he can smell your Nikes out his nose. Them the single moms, that's like, okay, those are the ones that raise the success stories, the real success stories, right? Where it's like, all right, okay, she understands he needs a man's presence, and that'll be a contributing man in society. Then you got the single moms who are the stereotypical, I'm single because I ran this nigga off, I don't need him, I'm good. And that's where you get the sassy boys from. That's where you get the shooters.
The uncoachable. Boys who are uncoachable.
Let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something about uncoachable dudes, man. You hate to say it. You hate to see it. You don't want to speak it on none of them, right? But damn, you look at some and say, man, I really hope and pray somebody can truly work a miracle in that young man's life. Because see, Jason, I'm at the age now where and I'm working with youth. When you young, you can tell who the dodo brains are. This dude in jail. Oh, yeah, you knew that was going to happen. It's different when you're looking at it from when you're looking down on it as an adult, especially when you're an adult in a position of power, in a position of leadership, of trying to build young men. And you can just see the ones who you just pray for them, man. You know what I mean? You just hope and pray that somebody can work a wonder in their life, the person God has in their life, that they actually listen to him, bro, because a lot of them is on a fast track to a brick wall, yo.
Yeah, I mean, because, we used to have 20 years to be able to put into that. We don't have 20 years to give them anymore like that. It's not about being hard-hearted.
Nah.
I ain't got 20 years to give your son if you screwed up on this. I used to have it. I don't have that anymore. I can't be doing this with him when I'm 70. That's not going to be an option. So it's as we get older, our runway for being able to interject ourselves gets shorter. So if the single mama is expecting us to be able to correct it, it's like, hey, baby, Coach Prime is not 25 anymore. He doesn't have a decade to give your kids at Jackson State in Colorado. He doesn't have that.
Yeah. Sorry.
He's trying to get his sons into the league. He's trying to get them straight. I was just about to say,
he got his own kids.
He doesn't have a decade or two to give yours. So that's why it's like, okay, for the ones, we have to start winnowing down, okay, who is coachable and how quickly can they get it? Simply because we ourselves don't have that kind of time to give anymore. We just don't have it anymore,
And the only thing that gives me kind of like that's got me like, you know what? We'll just see how it happens is because Prime, Coach Prime, you could tell he genuinely cares about his players, right? And he looks at them as his boys, right? And Travis Hunter is basically him. You remember Deion in the 90s, bro? He played wide receiver and DB, and all those things. So I'm surprised the boy wasn't returning kicks. If he was, I wasn't watching Colorado games too crazy. But all I know is this, right? If he's in that situation, I'm sure Prime is in his ear because Prime was the one to get the girl to stand up at the Heisman. Prime is already on unk status with that kid specifically. So sometimes when you see certain things that seem a little out of whack, right? Look for the OGs in the room, right? Look for the elders. And I'm seeing Prime is right there. And I feel like, some can say it's going too far. We all can see it. I got to speak a certain way. I'll just say I feel as though Prime is only going to let things be but so bad. Now, does that mean things are going to be great? Look, everybody made their own decision. I don't know none of them. All I know is that I'm watching Prime actively, like we don't know. Prime could be looking at this like, yo, you know what? If he really loves this girl, sometimes with your kids, Jason, sometimes your kids, you just got to be like, dang, I can't do nothing about it. So Prime is probably at the point like, man, that boy nose is blown open. I can't do nothing about it. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to help guide this girl so that she can become the woman he thinks that she is and he wants her to be. Now, we don't know how that'll look, but at the end of the day, now you got a man stepping in and being like, yo, hold on, do this, don't do that. Don't do this, don't do that. Prime was sitting right there and told the girl, get up. That shows me a father who's stepping in and being like, hey, young lady, now, come on now. You want to call yourself a wife now? To do some of these wife things now. Get up and support. See what I'm saying? So that's the only, like, for people, like, if you want to look at a silver line in the situation, I look at that because at the end of the day, we're looking at a black man, a father, a coach being present to this young man.
Well, I would say
in this way.
I would say two things to that because first of all, I'm pretty much sure at this point right now, if he's got his Heisman Trophy, he's getting ready to leave. I mean, I don't know if does he have any more games under Prime? How much more time they got together? But the
relationship still stays the same. Yo, coach, I'm sure it's like a coach. Remember, this was the number one player in the country that went to Jackson State.
How many of your college coaches did you stay in touch with after you got drafted?
You know what? It's funny. I stayed in touch with all of them. In fact, one of them is actually from the area. I call him up. Now, I had the wherewithal to do that. And I've benefited and they benefited and we work well together. A lot of guys, they be gone. But that actually is a thing where guys do keep a very good relationship with their coaches.
Well, maybe if Travis has that, then there may be another dimension to this that, might be lurking.
And that's why I called in.
If he's got, because I do believe Deion is he's trying to give something back. Deion's trying to be as vigilant as he can be. He's spread himself kind of thin in that regard. He's trying to do as much as he can. Yeah. I got all the respect in the world.
He
for
brought
him.
Brittany Renner there to tell him about watch out for this.
Oh yeah,
like ain't no other coach doing that, man. Deion knows what's going on out here, man.
No, there's not a single college coach anywhere else who would have done anything even remotely close to that to deal. It's like, okay, you know how to play football. Do you know how to play life? And things like that. It's like, okay, I see these big issues because he's like, when I get done with y'all, you're going to be money makers, but can you keep it? These character traits and issues, the blind side you're not thinking about because you're telling yourself, okay, I got this point. You're young. You're full of hormones. You have nobody telling you no. Everybody's trying to do whatever you want to do. You want some weed, you want some chicks. Nobody's telling you no. So how can you be corrected? How do you feel anything you're doing is wrong when literally everybody around you is telling you yes, yes, yes? So in Travis's case, with so many of us saying no, maybe that'll register. Yep.
Jason, you it's funny. You be saying you're not a sports fan, but boy, you be speaking, boy. You just got knowledge of everything. I'll say it like that. I ain't gonna blow your spot. You know what I'm saying? You got knowledge of everything, right? I'll just say it like that. But listen, for the sports fan, the college football fans, y'all gonna know exactly when I say this, right? There's a stark difference between the SEC and the Big Ten. The SEC, that's down south, chitlins and gravy and grits. Good old, even before NIL, we gonna make sure these little dudes, these little niggers is eating and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Because it's kind of that down south kind of slave mentality. We don't care. Can he read? Whatever. Let him play. Let him do it. He'll make money, whatever. The Big Ten, that's middle America. That's the Midwest. It looks a little lighter on the field in the Big Ten, if you know what I'm saying, right? That's why you see more linebackers and linemen and tight ends. You get what I'm saying, right? It's a little more discipline, structure. You know what I mean? Wasn't nobody giving us no money in the envelope. See what I'm saying? So because of that, there's a little more discipline. So there's two worlds in college football. Really, there's three. There's the wild, wild west. There's the extreme structure. And then there's the guys that's just trying to catch up. And those typically be your smaller schools where the coaches are constantly rotating because they just go in there to get to a bigger school. My brother went to Temple. He had three different head coaches. See what I'm saying? Meanwhile, my coach at Iowa, he's still there and he's been there since 99. So I'll say this about how coaches are, right? You just got to be blessed with the right group. And the reason I say this because I had a coach, a couple of my teammates got, there was a situation that happened revolving a young lady or whatever. And my coach was kind of asking me, hey, do I know anything about it, whatever. And I was just like, we talked about it, whatever. I'm completely out of it. And he said, you know what, Mike, man, this is a white dude now, grew up in Erie, PA, only white boy in his block. He said, man, Mike, brother, I'm just going to be honest with you, man. Just kind of stay away from them white girls, man. That can be a lot of trouble, for real, as you can see. And I'm like, now, wait, was he kind of exercising his stay away from my daughter white manness? Or was he legitimately like, yo, you got a bright future. You come from a good family. I don't want to see you mixed up in none of this. And realistically, that's kind of the fastest way that happened.
If they can be honest with you, like I say, we see that all the time. And these fellas, they're going in environments they don't know anything about. That's the real thing about it. You don't know anything about this. You're going around folk here, like with her family, where they from, their background. It's like, dude, do you know anything about that? Because when you get with a female, especially talking about marrying her, you don't marry just a female. You're marrying her whole family.
You're marrying the whole village.
You think about them tattoos and them thighs. It's like, dude, you're marrying her whole family, okay? Have you investigated that? That don't matter. It's just me and her. It's like, no, it's you don't get it. You don't get it because if you get with her, you need to know what's going on with a chick's family, especially for a young man like him, because we don't see what's going on. With Travis and his mom, that situation is whatever it is. You don't know what this girl's, what's her name, Leanna? You don't know what her mama's saying to her. All I see is that tattoo sleeve. I'm wondering, okay, what is her mama saying to her? What is her dad saying to her? What are her kinfolk saying to her about Travis?
Right, like did anybody tell her, like, yo, that's not becoming of a woman. Like, hey, you don't want to put all that. You get the first little tattoo. I don't get no more now because that's going to make you look a certain way.
Or do you have a mama telling you get it how you live? Does she have a
You know
mother
what I'm
who's
saying?
just
We
like,
don't
hey,
know.
get it how you live. If men like tattoos,
know.
whatever it takes to get men to seduce and bow down, get it however you can get it. Is that what she was raised with? Because if you marry her, you marry that.
Yeah, nah, you absolutely do. And that's why, like, man, that's why it's for instance, right? It's important, like you said, to the family, right? Like, if you marry, you know, you get you a sister, and she got her father, right? No, not denigrating the ladies who didn't have their fathers, but the ones with a father, right? Let's say, you know, the young man has a man moment. He just had a man moment. You're not saying it's okay. I'm not condoning it, right? Especially talking about marriage. But he had a man moment. He slipped and fell up into something. As men, that can happen. We stupid like that. We're led differently. We're built differently than women, right? We're hunting. We're constantly hunting. Women are part of the hunt. It's just how we're built, right? So with that being said, he has a man moment. Now, without that dad being present, mama might be on straight revenge time. He gonna do that. You can do what he do. Period. Because that's why, and a lot of times, why she be by herself to begin with, right? But to let the dad be there, especially if it's a brother, he gonna look and say, just a man in period. He gonna sit that man down and say, look, yeah, man. Now listen, and no, I'm not speaking from experience. I'm not, but I'm just saying. But I've seen it happen, right? He gonna say that boy, that man down, and say, look, young man, listen. I get it. You think I done fell into something before? You know what I'm saying, with your mother-in-law? But with that being said, don't do it again. Don't make it no habit. I'm a man. I understand. I will help you through this. See what I'm saying? That's why it's important to marry that family. Because that's what you want. Because they'll actually uplift you in your moments of you kind of having a weak moment, or they'll hold your spouse accountable. You don't want to be in a situation where it's kind of the opposite.
Yeah, where the whole family is over there aligned against you. You sitting home by yourself. Her mama, her daddy, her uncles, they all over there, what Spike Lee said, having a war council against you. And you've married
everybody. Listen, man, if the parents don't like you, what you think gonna be said to that girl every chance they get? She's a human being. There's only so much she could take before that projection eventually starts to affect how she treats you. And vice versa, young women. If his mama got a stank look, now women gonna always bump heads. That's why daddy gives the daughter away. Mama ain't going nowhere. You feel me? So the women gonna bump heads, we get that, right? That's just the nature, right? That's just the nature. There's nothing wrong with that, right? We understand that. But if you women are stepping into a situation and that mama just got the stankiest look, whenever you come around, you can't do nothing right ever. Listen, that's going to be a very challenging situation to manage. And if there aren't children involved, I would advise against it, unless there is a concerted effort from your soon-to-be husband, his father, and everybody else to be like, yo, man, mommy better cut that bull crap out. But if that's not the case, if she's sitting there with the stink up face to you, and everybody just looking and being like, hey, she just don't like her, well then, you ain't never gonna get no support from over there. And that's not the type of situation you want to be with, or be in rather. And that's not the type of situation you want to put your kids in. Because now you're not going to be able to have a unified front with your spouse. And now, the kids are going to be getting two different messages.
Yeah, if the woman you with has been raised by a female, or a female and a dad who are giving her the strong and independent thing, and they want their daughter, they looking out for their daughter, they're not looking out for a household, they're going to be telling her to undermine your authority. That's a hell of a situation to be in when you got 2 or 3 kids with her, and the whole damn other side of the family is telling them it's okay for her to undermine your authority, because she needs to make sure that, you don't know, he may be messing up, so you need to be able to step in and lead. Now that's not a harmless phrase to use.
No, I'm gonna tell you right now, some of the best situations you can get into as a man is if you meet her brother or her sister, whoever, and they be like, man, I can't stand this damn girl sometimes. Okay, bet. Now I know her sibling gonna hold her accountable when she do something stupid.
Yeah, because my biggest thing is not when the other family talks. My biggest thing is when the other family is silent. Her mama, her dad, she doing a bunch of bad stuff here, and they're just sitting there quietly. I'm like, oh, this is what you all are raised. She does whatever she do, it's okay.
Listen, like how people say, yo, the system is broken. No, the system doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Guess what? That system doing exactly what it's supposed to do. If they're over there quiet, they sitting back like, yep, perfect. She doing it. Man, don't nobody complain about their car when their car driving right, man. It's only when it starts going out of whack, then people start talking about what's wrong with the car. You know what I mean? So they not going to say nothing if she out of pocket. If she out of pocket and they not saying nothing, that means that's how they want her to be.
If you were Travis's coach or whatever the case may be, authority figure, what would you tell him, Mike?
I have two different. It's bad, man, because before I started coaching, I would have said, yo, bruh, this don't look good, dog. You need to get somebody who is doing the exact opposite of everything you're seeing right here. Now this is me before I started working with the youth, okay? Now that I've been working with the youth for a couple years now, high school, little league, college age kids, right? Rookies in the NFL, now that I'm out of playing, I would honestly sit there and just ask him questions. I'll have him answer them. There was a point in time, Jason, I was fire and brimstone. Tupac, B's ain't S, but hoes and you know what I mean? Only when they exhibited those qualities. See what I'm saying? But now, I'm maturing a little bit, and I've worked with kids, so I got experience. I know what's going on in their mind. Jason, we had, a couple young ladies to help, with the football team at the high school level, and they was talking about one young lady who, was participating in, she had like another girl, not one of our girls, right? But I guess she was like smoking weed on social media, and they were just talking about like, man, she this, she that, and I said, you know what, girls, that's so trifling. But coach, she's pretty. I'm like, no, that's trifling. And I told her, I said, girls, you don't want to put the man that is willing to share his resources with her, share his life's worth with her, make sure that all she got to do is rub feet, wash dishes, wash clothes, and change diapers. The man that's willing to do that for her is going to look at that and say, oh, no, I'll never share my resources with this. And the girl's response was, oh, but that ain't that bad because, we could get our own. And that's where I was like, For the first time, I truly got to really see it from a perspective of being an elder looking down. Like, there's really like the mentality that, yo, I don't need him. I'm good. I could do what I want. What if I'm blown or whatever? So what?
At least it begins that way.
Can you still hear me, Jason?
Yeah, at least it starts that way. And then give about 5 years of the world whooping her ass at the workplace, then she does a 180. Now she wants the men to step in and do everything.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, I'm sorry. My phone kept going out.
Yeah, I hear you, Mike.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So the other thing I was saying, right, was that I got to see firsthand of the young lady saying, oh, nah, we good. No, I could do what I want. And if a man who's willing to, because I really try to teach them, like, how to prepare themselves, like, to be a wife, right? Because you got to make sure you're detectable to men that are looking to be husbands, right? So it's like, man, that like I really got to see it from that perspective, and it kind of took me aback, and I was like, dang, like I knew this was a thing. I saw it as a peer, right, with females, my peer group, my age. I saw it looking up at older women, you know what I mean? The older women, some aunties, whatever. But like seeing it down, looking like kind of looking at the younger group when I'm in a position where I could be of assistance and to help, and seeing them having that mentality is kind of like, man, that's a shame. Like, they really looking and saying, nah, I mean, she should still be good. And I'm looking at the young lady and I'm like, dang, she don't even know that she's making her extremely undesirable to the little dude that's going to be able to truly provide one day.
That's what happens when the blind lead the blind. If you got a female who's it's a really bad thing when females try to coach other females in that regard, because they don't know what a man wants. They do not know what a man commits to. They all know how to have sex, but it's like, okay, but that's not what a man commits to.
Yo, you man funny, bro, because listen, and I'm sure we've seen the videos. And to answer your question, I would have Travis answer questions back to me. Our team counselor at Iowa, he was a brother, and there was only about 10 brothers out there that worked at the university, but he was one of them. He was the one they sent the guys that had substance problems with to whatever. And I asked him once, I'm like, yo, Mr. Sims, rest in peace, rest in power to him, rest in heaven. I said, how did you learn how to make great decisions? He said, well, my mama, I'd ask my mom questions. She would literally say to me, well, what do you think? So I was forced to have to use my brain at a young age to actually think critically. So what I would do to answer your question regarding Mr. Hunter, because he's a grown man now, got the Heisman going to NFL, I would ask that young man, I would just ask him questions and have him just I'd have a dialogue with him, but I'd let him speak versus me kind of preaching to him. I let him speak. Same thing with music. I don't tell these boys that their music is garbage. I don't tell them that that's trash. What I do is that I let them see the de-evolution of rap music so that they can see, dang, Coach Mike, I see what you're talking about. Like, this guy's actually saying something right here. Biggie Smalls is telling a story. Tupac's like reading a poem. Like, Lil Wayne is actually rapping bars in a comedic way. These guys are like actually taking their you can actually, it's making you use your brain a little bit, J. Cole and these guys, but yet this guy, I'm really just listening to the beat because he's not saying anything for real. See what I'm saying? So I don't, it's like I would have them speak, because the thing with the youth, you just have to get them to start thinking and start speaking, because once they speak, they could talk through these things. But yeah, nah, man, that's brother, because I had another point, but man, we all over the place, because this is,
well, like
it's
I
just
say,
so much. It's so loaded, brother.
Hopefully he got somebody around like you around. Hopefully he got more than just one. And life has a way of teaching people, because like I say, once they get to a certain point, we can't groom them anymore. We can't teach them anymore. Life got to teach them. So hopefully he doesn't make a decision that he can't walk away from, which is the only thing that we all really worry about, is getting your heart broke. That's going to happen no matter what happens. As long as, hopefully he doesn't make a decision that he can't just get up and walk away from. So with that being the case, so hopefully keep eyes and ears open for that. I'll let you have the last word, Mike.
Yeah, man. Look, man, listen, and I'm always going to be a glass half full type of brother, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to be real about it, you know what I'm saying? And it is what it is, but I pray that the young lady, there's some maturity that happens there, you know what I'm saying? Because I have, in the contrary, believe it or not, and not saying it's the right thing, but I have seen situations where a player would get a female and everybody's looking like, yo, what the F, bro? And yet she turns around and flips the whole thing around. Because now, realistically, her back's against the wall now. Now she has to be like, yo, you know what? I'm not going to be what y'all say I am. And real talk, that's all it should have been off the rip for people, especially young ladies, because it's never like that for them. Our back is against the wall, Jason. Right. I got to prove I'm not no gang-banging thug. You know what I'm saying? That I'm stupid, I'm not well-read, that I'm not, that I'm uneducated. I have to disprove those things. I have to disprove that I'm a wife beater, that I'm a typical dumb athlete. I have to disprove a lot of things. But females don't have to disprove things in today's day and age. And right now, she's in a position that I've seen some of these girls get put in, which is damn, you marry her? Oh, man, you with her? Ew, she this, she that. And now the girl's going to go like, oh, word? Oh, y'all got this to say about me? Watch me be the best wife that any of y'all could ever aspire to be. And I'm only saying this, that sounds half-baked. That sounds crazy. I'm only saying this because I've seen it several times where that boy would get his woman and everybody looking and be like, yo, he married her? Ugh. And she got the wind of that and said, all right, watch how I flip this on y'all. Watch how I become the best mother, the best wife, the most supportive wife, the most supportive mother, the most present. Watch me be all those things that y'all said I'm not. And watch me raise phenomenal children. And watch us do this thing till death do us part when we're 1,000,000 years old. And I can look back on y'all and say, yeah, y'all all doubted me, but watch this. So I think for me, I pray that that's the silver lining, because you played the video where she's already feeling like, yo, let me explain myself. Well, look, explain yourself with actions. And she do that, they're going to be very happy together, and that's what I would love to see. So
her
that's
fate,
my final
her
word.
fate is in her hands. It'll be what she makes of it, because he's clearly giving her every opportunity. So no matter which way it goes, her fate's in her hands. Mike, I appreciate you checking in with us, brother. Please do give us a call again.
Yes, sir. Any NFL topic, I'm here.
I appreciate you. Mike Daniels, Green Bay Packers, Cincinnati Bengals. Very glad to have him. I don't get to chop it up with him as much as I like to. So glad Mike was able to go ahead and check in with us here and give you all a professional inside look at exactly what the psychology is behind it and how they feel about it. And like I said, I mean, you know, if he's able to stay in touch with them and stay grounded, they're young. So like I said, I wouldn't want anybody judging me on everything I did when I was 19, 20, 21 years old, for goodness sake. And you want them to have every opportunity. You're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna do things you probably shouldn't. That's a given. And I wouldn't be nearly as concerned if I didn't hear him so quickly talking about getting married and having children. If he wasn't saying that, my perspective on this would probably be a little more lenient. When I see him saying that already, I'm like, okay, intervention. But like I say, it's up to them what they make of it. It's up to them what they make of it. Let me jump back up. I got folks sitting over here on Zoom. Do I want to take those first, or do I want to finish about Remy Ma and Pappoose? Do I want to finish about them? Let me see. All right. Let me get over here on Zoom and grab a couple of folk here. Let me go ahead and do that. Okay, I got Aiken over here on Zoom. Aiken, unmute yourself.
How you doing, Jason?
All right, brother, what's on your mind?
Good. So I have a question. So I just got married, and I left her to fill out the certificate. So when I got the certificate in the mail, I saw that the surname was hyphenated. So I'll give you some context. She is the only child. And I don't know if she's trying to like pay respects to her father or just keep her lineage. But like, I just thought that, you know, we would discuss that beforehand if she was going to do something like that. But this all came up because I was looking up Travis Hunter, and his girl was doing a video, and somebody asked the question like, are you going to take his last name? And then she was like saying, no, I'm not taking his last name. So I just wanted your thoughts on that.
Yeah, fellas, like I say, I mean, the due diligence means having the brutal honesty with yourself to look past your rose-colored glasses and your self-constructed ideal scenario and start saying, you know, by the way, where are the negatives? When I used to work in corporate America, we had to be audited. And as managers, we were required, when you audit somebody, you have to name 5 things they did right, and you must list 5 things that they could improve on. Even if you think you heard the perfect call, perfect scenario, perfect interaction, perfect repair, you would get dinged if you did not list 5 things they could improve on. You were not allowed to say, no, it was a perfect interaction. They did perfect with the customers. They did perfect with the contractors. You weren't allowed to do that. You were required to check yourself and look for flaws. And this is what you got to do in your personal relationships, most importantly. So what I'm saying is, at this point right now, I went through that to say, this is a hell of a time to do our due diligence. It really is. Because my question would be, what does that mean to her that she's hyphenated that? Have you asked her what that means?
Honestly, I'll be honest, I was really busy with work, and I was like, you know what, do the paperwork, fill it out.
Right. But here's my thing, because more important than
I just saw it. Like, I saw the video, and I was
right, but here's my thing. More important than talking to me is talking to her. You're not in a relationship with me. Pause. You're in a relationship with her. So I would say that to anybody in any marriage or any relationship is, are we talking to the other person? So first and foremost, I got to tell you, we're a little off code here because you need to talk to her first. Now, if you want to know what I would say, I would just simply say, what does this mean to you? Don't say it in an accusatory manner. Don't say it with hostility. Don't even preface it, to be totally honest. Just tell her, I'm just curious, what does this mean to you? Because usually, women don't hyphenate like that. Doesn't matter what the statistics are. Usually don't hyphenate like that. What does this mean to you? I just want to have some clarity from your perspective. Make it as non-confrontational as possible. Don't go on a big long speech. What does this mean to you? And then shut your mouth and listen. Don't say anything. Even if she sits there silent for 2 or 3 or 5 minutes, say nothing. You just sit there until she explains that. Do not argue with her. Don't try to correct anything. Just listen to what she says and what the motivation is. Now, on the other hand, it's probably better if you could do it in front of her parents, because if this did come from somewhere else, she's not going to lie in front of them. But absent that, ask her, what does this mean to you? And look for what the answer is. If she tells you it doesn't make a difference, okay. If she tells you we didn't talk about this beforehand, okay. If she tells you that it does mean something, okay, be ready for that. Let me find out here. If that was important to you, why is it this wasn't a conversation you had before you married her?
I mean, I felt like I could, was given an instruction, fill out the paperwork. And
no. I mean, why is it you didn't have a conversation about her feelings about hyphenation?
I didn't think this would happen. I didn't think this would come up. But my sisters, they got married and they took their husband's last name. I didn't think this would come up.
Right, but you're talking about on your side of the family. I'm talking about for this woman here. I'm like, okay, did we compare notes with her to see? That's what I'm saying. I want you to ask her what it means to her. But by the same token, we never had a conversation with you about what it means to you.
I mean, to me, it seems like she's trying to, honor her father, or trying to keep their somehow just, I guess, because she's the only child, she's trying to somehow keep it in the name. Now is that what she said, or is that what you are assuming, or? That's what I'm assuming. Okay. That's why I didn't. And that's what I'm saying.
That there doesn't count. So first and foremost, what does it mean to you?
It just means she's not, to me, it feels like she's not completely on my side.
Well, I mean, the hyphenation aspect of it, why is that important to you?
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't like her last name.
What is her last name? Sherlock?
It's a Nigerian last name. I don't really like it.
All right, well, then we're off to a rocky start, let me tell you. Baby, I love you, but I hate your last name. Okay, let's get married. Okay, other than that, Is it anything other than that? So if her last name was Jones, you'd be okay with...
That actually is my last name.
Okay, this got weird. Okay, if her last name was Johnson, you'd be okay with that then?
No, I wouldn't be okay with it. That's true. I wouldn't be okay with it.
Okay, why? What does that mean to you?
I mean, it to me, it signifies that she's completely, with me, completely honoring me. We're moving forward. You're following my lead. That's what it means.
How old are you, young man?
I'm 30.
Okay. Let me explain to you why this matters to you. When a female is when you have kids, you'll realize this. When a female is being raised by her father, she is under his authority. That is the preeminent male in her life. She belongs to him. She is under his protection and his provision. When she comes of age, that's the reason why in a marriage, it is called the father gives away the bride. You all don't understand. It means what it says. He is transferring authority from himself to you. He is no longer her primary protector and provider. That's why we're having this ceremony, so that it gets through her head. I am no longer your primary protector and provider. If something goes wrong, you do not pick up the phone and call me. If something is the problem, you do not pick up the phone and call me. This is the preeminent person, the preeminent man in your life now. He has that position now, not me. It's me and your mama back doing whatever the hell we was doing before you were born. But this is the protector and provider now. And how can you be under his authority if you are still carrying vestiges and remnants of another man's authority? So I want you to understand, please, I explain it to you like that so that you don't have a vague understanding of what the issue is, or it's kind of like this, kind of like that. No, you were under his authority when you were a child, when a teenager. You're a grown woman. That's been transferred to me, but it doesn't quite look that way when we take a look at these documents. So if there is a part of you that is not under my authority, how is it? I don't see how I can be 100% responsible. If I don't have 100% of your allegiance, how can I have 100% responsibility? That's not the way that works. I have 100% responsibility and 100% authority because I've got 100% of your allegiance. That's the way that works. Or doesn't. So I don't want you to just feel that you don't like what you don't like about it. Now you know what you don't like about it.
I understand.
So that kind of thing is important. Now, is her dad still alive?
Her dad is still alive.
Okay, what is her relationship with him like?
They're very close. She loves her father. Her mom, gets on her nerves. She's a nurse and she's constantly working, doesn't pay attention to her. But and she's the only child as well.
Yeah, we got all kinds of red flags going on here because only children, that's always rough. Daddy's girl, only child, super rough. She will be a good upstanding citizen. She'll be a good employee. But a girl who's been raised as an only child and a daddy's girl, she's gonna expect things to be the way she wants it to be.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Yikes. Okay, yeah, I'm not making this up as I go along. That's what it means to be a daddy's girl, only child. That's what they produce. That's all those homes produce. She had no siblings. It was just her and her dad. She expects to have things her way, and she expects you to replicate that environment of her having her way. Yeah, now, here's the thing. Here's the double edge of the sword. Fathers have to accept things a lot of times they don't like because you raised her. So you're the person responsible for any flaws she has. Well, a father got to put up with it because he gave birth to you. Y'all get my point. He raised you. He's your father. He has to tolerate that. The man who's going to marry her doesn't have to tolerate that. So you may find yourself checking her on things that her father doesn't. But then again, you do things with her and expect things from her that her father does not. That's the difference. Don't tell me about how things were with your daddy. This is my house. And I expect things from you and I do things with you that your father doesn't do. So the rules that worked for him, I'm glad about most of this, but you're here to be my wife, not his daughter. You done left that. Your primary responsibility was being his daughter and being a good daughter. You did that. Now you need to prove you're a good wife. And he's not your husband. I'm the only one who can verify and certify that you are a good wife, not your father. So if you're getting the energy and getting the feedback on you and whatnot, that can start to hinder your motivation to lay yourself out there and extend yourself. Over time, that starts to do that. How long have you two known each other?
It's going on 4 years.
That's a long time. That's long enough for due diligence.
Yeah, she's been good. Just like you said, sometimes she likes to play I didn't know you didn't say that type of thing. That's the reason why, I decided to talk to you first, because I'm the type of person where I cut things off real quick and I have no problem telling you. So, but she responds very well to it, but I shouldn't have to do that all the time, But I would say
clearly there's more going on than just the last name. You've already confirmed that. So there's also some character traits in there. Now I want to reiterate to people, I am not in any way, shape, form, fashion, or manner telling you to break up with her, leave her, or anything else. Y'all two need to stick it out. That's scumbag ass behavior. I never tell people to break up their relationships. This will be absolutely no different. So at the end of this phone call, because I'm assuming you two don't have any kids. I'm assuming.
No.
Okay. Y'all don't have any kids. Okay. My only rule is if somebody's doing something to the kids, that's the only time I'm going to tell folks they need to break up. Anything other than that, I'm like, yeah, y'all stick it out. Jason, she's chasing around the house with a butcher knife. Oh, you might want to move across the street. I don't know if I'm going to tell you to divorce her, though. So that's my position on that. Now that I've made that clear that, by the way, at the end of this phone call, I'm still going to tell you y'all need to be together. So just spoiler alert, I'm still going to tell you need to be together at the end of this phone call. But what I'm going to say is, dude, hey, bro, you married that. When you made that assumption, well, she going to do X, Y, Z. It's like, bro, I mean, come on, man. You're going to have to hold that L on that regard there, because you had the opportunity to do due diligence and you assume that. Now you've seen an artifact and you're like, okay, let me check on it after the fact. And I want you to understand the logic behind this. You popped the question to her, correct?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so what did that mean? What that meant was you were telling her, I have had 4 years to evaluate you. And, well, how long did you two know each other before you got married?
No, we just got married. That's
okay.
What I'm saying.
You known her for 4 years. You're telling her after 4 years, I approve of you for the rest of my life. Now you've married her and you're going to tell her, wait a minute, I got questions. I mean, but I'm saying, think about that for a few seconds before you start trying to defend yourself and start explaining. Digest that. You popped the question. You told her family. You done married her. You had the ceremony. You filled out the damn paperwork. You're slaves in the States. You done did all that. And then what does that say to her? He approves of me. He has done his due diligence and he said, hey, I want to sign off for the rest of my life. Now that you've married her, now you want to bring up those questions? Think about what that means for you. She was good enough to marry. Now we want to ask all these questions? Now that's what I say to females, but that's also what I say to men. So nobody can ever accuse me of being prejudicial. So I'm just telling you, as the man who asked to marry her, bruh, she was good enough to marry. That wasn't an issue when you wanted to marry her. You didn't say, wait a minute, deal breaker. That it wasn't of paramount importance then. It is now.
I have another question. I mean, you touched on it, but I do think it is the fact that she was only child. Is there anything I should look out for?
Her only childness obviously was a positive for you because you wanted to marry it. So I don't see what the negative aspect of that is. You're saying all that and you were like, yeah, let me take her down the altar. So obviously, whatever it is, it wasn't too offensive. Now, let me find out something here. Because you said she's Nigerian. Where are your people from?
I'm Nigerian as well.
Okay, so in other words, your mama put the pressure on you. Yeah, y'all, for the Nigerian cats, y'all got to understand. I tell you all the time, this is a big thing with the Nigerians. Once they get over the age of like 25, mama starts freaking out, so they start applying heavy pressure on these cats over here in America. They start applying the heavy, especially if your mama's back in the home country. They'd be long distance applying the pressure. So if your mama's married, they start applying heavy pressure for you to hurry up and get married. And your mama's just thinking y'all gonna work it out. Well, I mean, and I guess her and your dad did, so maybe y'all get the same thing. But so that's what happened there. If you all want to know why he did that, and it's like he made assumptions. Yeah, he's dealing with a mix of pressure and a number of other things. So I don't know if I necessarily see anything that's fatally flawed here, but I do think that since that concerns you, here's the thing. You need to make sure, is there anything else you're concerned about? Because you don't get to come up with a new issue every week. I know that and ain't got to be married. You don't get to come up with a new, wait a minute, this is a fundamental possible issue with our marriage every week. You don't get to do that. Bruh, if she wasn't in the threesomes before you got married, you don't get to jump up now and say, wait a minute, I thought we get to try one. You don't get to do that now. No, I'm not even joking. You don't get to jump up now and come up with a new issue every week. So is there something other than this? Like she doesn't know how to cook, something else? Or is this quote unquote the only thing?
This is the only thing.
Okay. I suggest y'all sit down and have a powwow about that. Not a great big one that doesn't need to be hateful or whatever. Just find out where her head is at on that and let her know how you feel about that and why you do. But there's one more thing that may become important. I wonder how her father feels about that. Because if her dad is a hell of a thing if her mama and her dad are not hyphenated, but y'all are, and dad's like, I'm okay with that. So you might want to have a conversation like that with him as well.
Who should I have it first with?
The first one you need to have with is her.
Okay.
That's first and foremost. And you might not need to talk to him after that, because at the end of the day, she's the one you're married to. So the real thing is, do you and her have an understanding that you can live with and that you are okay with? Because if this is a deal breaker for you and you're like, hey, wait a minute, that's something to keep in mind. And by the way, how she responds to that is important also.
She's going to do the whole thing about, oh, you never said, or so one of those things. That's what she likes to do sometimes.
Okay.
But no, I'm definitely going to change it. That is a deal breaker for me. That's not happening.
This is a hell of a time to think of that. But my thing is, if there are any other deal breakers dangling, body counts,
no, definitely
previous
not.
STDs.
No.
She got a sex video out there somewhere.
No, definitely.
Okay, you saying no, but how old is she?
She's 27.
Okay, you saying no, but I'm like, okay, brother, you don't know. She might be on Nigerian fans. Not only fans, Nigerian fans. So I don't know, but what I am saying is, if there are any other deal breakers dangling that you didn't bother to catalog before you got married, you need to get that out of the way. Because I'm just telling you right now, this one right here, I'm willing to extend this one. I'm not willing to extend another one. You've already married her. She's already signed on the dotted line. You already did that. Folks, you don't get to come back Monday morning quarterback. Oh, wait a minute, what about this? Bruh, we had 4 years. Now, I can understand why this would be a point of umbrage. You can bring it up. But after this, don't get so, oh, I didn't know how she felt about children. She wants the kids with a white Jesus. Have you had the white Jesus conversation? Hell no. Damn. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. This is why y'all need some older men in your lives who done live something here and be like, by the way, let me fast forward you, little daddy. Let me fast forward you through this. Because that's what I'm telling y'all. I know he hasn't asked these questions. You all see I keep banging him about, by the way, you don't get to bring up something else. And if you didn't do something as basic as find out how she feels about hyphenation, I know there's a bunch of other stuff you did not ask about. He got to see them dark chocolate Nigerian cheeks, and he's like, marriage, here we go. I'm like, he didn't do all the documentation. Now he wants to do a social studies check on her. He wants to marry her first. Okay, she can't go nowhere. Now let's find out if we can start molding and shaping her. The molding and shaping was supposed to be happening before you get married. So yeah, like I said, we got to hope she's hyphenated for her dad. Okay, here comes white Jesus. So I hope you're okay with that. And with the kids being exposed to that. Because women are very, very big on wanting to save the little children's souls. So she's going to insist on having that too. There's another conversation you didn't have. And you got to understand, folks, we all know about religiosity from Nigerians. The reason why this is resonating with him, you all don't see him on the screen right now, but this is resonating with him right now because he's seen this from her family. Her family's religious now, aren't they? By religious, I simply mean they believe in a deity.
Yeah.
There you go.
Big thing.
There you go.
7-Day Adventists.
Oh boy. Oh, they for real about it. Oh, them white missionaries got a hold of them. Oh, they got the real white missionaries. Folks, when the Jehovah's Witnesses and the 7-Day Adventists show up, let me tell you, the Mormons, 7-Day Adventists, Jehovah's Witnesses, those are some of the most intelligent black folk on the planet you'll ever meet. When them folk get them off in them church, they little synagogues and churches, they'll be the most studied people. I'm talking about young folk, be scholars coming out of there. And they're also carbon copies of the people that they marched in with. They make excellent students. They also make excellent missionaries and Christians. Yeah. And they'll be telling you under your roof that that is the deal breaker for you. And that's a hell of a thing for her to be telling your children that. If you do not agree. If you do, it ain't an issue. But if you don't, then you have a woman under your roof who is actively undermining your authority because her biological father said yes, and her spiritual father who art in heaven also said yes. In her mind. Dude, you're like third or fourth in that pecking order. You ain't even second. You're like third or fourth. I talked to my biological dad, my spiritual dad, talked to my mama, and then we talked to you. And of course, you can't override any of the people above you. So we need to get you right with them. No, I'm not saying to you that will necessarily be what it is, but what I'm saying is that, yeah, there's a real conversation that was not had about a bunch of things here. After 4 years. Seven-Day Adventists, that means they're still practicing. Is she still practicing?
Yeah, that was one of the issues.
Okay, how about you?
She is, you know.
Okay, second time. How about you?
7-Day Adventist? No, I'm not 7-Day Adventist.
So your wife is 7-Day Adventist and she goes to the church?
Yeah, I tried to tell her to take a break because she was working a lot and she wouldn't stop.
Boy, what in the hell's the matter with you?
He's married her and then he's telling her, I tried to tell her ease back from going to church. I married her anyway. So she was good enough to marry. You're not cool on the way she practices her religion, but you've married her. Dude, you've married her religion. You've married that too. And you told her that was okay. Marrying her is telling her that that's okay. Now he wants to tell her that he has a problem with it. Now he wants to. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm being straight up with you. I don't like that. I don't like that. You done married her and now you're pulling out stuff that you've been watching for years, that you gave a bypass for years because she does good ditty. He's like, she one of them good Nigerian girls. Okay, now he's like, by the way, if we can just tighten her up now that we've married her. Well, this is so other men can't grab them butt cheeks. Wow. I wanted to make sure they couldn't get a hold of it first. Now let me see if I can finish molding it. I'm like, okay, well, bro, I can't co-sign that. I can't co-sign it. That's proceeding in bad faith. When you walked her up to that altar, the clerk court, you were saying she's all right. Now you're saying no, she's not. It's not her dad you need to be talking to, it's yours. And you need to be talking to your dad and just get that straightened out. Like I say, you can definitely go ahead and have a conversation with her about it. You certainly can. I don't know how much wiggle room there's going to be in there, but you can certainly have a conversation with her about it. But bruh, if you married her on her way to church that day, what did you expect? She's a nice girl. She ain't hold herself out, so she's got some good morals about that. She ain't got a crazy body count, and she's got some homemaking skills. Okay. And then he was like, okay, we'll work out everything else. Let me hurry up and marry her so these other dudes can't get a hold of it because she's 27 years old. Okay. Now he wants to do due diligence. I'm just saying, in her regard, everybody's going to feel like you were dealing in bad faith, and they'll be correct. They're all going to feel like you were dealing in bad faith, and they will be right. Because if she were on my phone right now telling me this, you know that's what I would be saying to her. How is he all wrong? You married him. You chose him. He was good enough to marry. Well, Jason butt me ass. How long did you know him? 4 years. Now, I didn't know he likes, he watches the NFL a lot. How long has he been watching it? All the time I've known him. You got a problem with it now? Now we're married. So now that we're married, if he can just change a little more. Now, how often as men do y'all run into that? She's married you and she's like, I'm so glad we got married. Now if I can just change you a little more. So glad we're in an exclusive relationship. So now if I can just change you a little more. Wait a minute, I was good enough to marry. I was good enough for this relationship. I need to get changed some more now? That's a bait and switch, bro. That's a bait and switch. So I'm not going to tell you can't talk about her. It's your household. But I am going to tell you this is the reality of what that conversation was really underlying that conversation. You told her she was okay. You told her she was all right. Now you're going to go tell her, no, there are some fundamental flaws that I can't ignore. Okay. I'm not telling you don't do it. I'm telling you, you're going to have to have the conversation, but you're going to do this conversation with your eyes wide open. This is the beginning of the week. Christmas is next week. You might not want to do it then. Holiday season is a deadly time for family get-togethers, so I don't want to see y'all make the news. But I would not. If you don't do it this week, hold off until after New Year's. Don't do it. Hold off till after New Year's. Don't do it then. Matter of fact, you might want to hold off after the New Year's, regardless. But yeah, definitely not for not next week or the week after that. Definitely not those two. Leave that alone. No, I'm not joking. You have a conversation to get ready for, sir. If you're going to do that. You also have the option of leaving it alone. Because otherwise, is there a problem?
No.
Then it might not be worth it. At this point, if there isn't anything else happening, it might not be worth it for you to bring this up now. Especially if you're telling me there's no other real issues. This might not be worth bringing up, sir. It might not be that serious. This might not be worth bringing up. Okay, I'm just saying you're going to do yourself a tremendous disservice if you dismiss that out of hand. This might not be worth bringing up at this point. You're married to her now, dude. If you're telling me that there's literally nothing else going on, there's nothing else you have an issue with in that regard, this might not be significant enough to bring up. Especially with you just telling me there's nothing else.
Technically, I can't bring it up because I'm flying out to do the wedding. So,
whose wedding?
That was kind of my wedding.
Oh, you all haven't had the ceremony yet.
Yeah, so that would kind of be a mood killer.
You think? Y'all, I thought they already finished this part of it. He's like, oh, by the way, Jason, I haven't actually taken her to the altar yet. We just filled out the paperwork at the courthouse. I'm like, we got our license. Are you bringing your family with you?
About 700 people.
700 people. Y'all, it's going to be the brawl to settle it all up in there. Please don't bring this up. A bunch of angry Nigerians in one room. Oh, y'all, this ends badly. This ends badly. It's going to be pinfalls. It's going to be DDTs. Folk coming off the top rope. Damn, a cake. Oh, and there's silverware in there. Everybody's going to be armed. Yeah. Oh, y'all, this is going to look like the two tribes fighting in Shaka Zulu. What? So, yeah, brother. This is bad. This is straight to World Star Hip Hop. Yeah. Yeah. You picked a hell of a... He picked a hell of a time to bring this up, y'all. You have... How many siblings do you have? Let me find this out.
I have 2 sisters.
2 sisters. You're the only boy in the family.
Yeah, I'm the youngest.
Now we know... And he's the youngest. Damn! So the female is the only child, and you are the only male. And you're the youngest. So both of y'all are spoiled. Both of y'all are spoiled. Both of y'all are coddled. Kind of figure they make a match when you think about it. Okay, and he's like, by the way, we getting ready to have the ceremony, and I don't know if I want to keep this broad. When's the ceremony? This week? You picked... How many folk coming? 700. They've already bought their hotels and plane tickets and everything else, and he hadn't told them, by the way, I'm getting cold feet, y'all. Dude, they're going to beat your ass up in there. So there might be a wedding and a funeral on the same damn day. There might be a wedding and a funeral on the same damn day. It sure looks like it's going to be a wedding and a beating. It looks like it's going to be a wedding and battery in the same day. So, yeah, buddy. Dude, tell me there's not another female involved.
No.
You sound real shaky with that.
I'm trying to stay good.
Okay. He's trying to stay good, which means he has a prospect.
It's hard. It's hard sometimes.
Yes, it's even harder when you're stupid. What do you think I would be telling her if that was my daughter?
About what?
About you.
She's the best she's gonna get. I'm the best she's gonna get.
You think I would tell my daughter that you are the best she could get? Let's take a look at some of these character traits. He's spoiled, he's coddled, he is non-committal, he is mercurial. Look it up. He gives his word and then he wants to rescind it. He continually, habitually proceeds in bad faith. He's told my daughter that she is the only one for him, and that's not completely true, which means it's not true at all. I do not tell people to break up their relationships, and tonight will be no different. I will say one thing to you. You're very, very much stacking up to be wasting this young woman's time when she could be with a real man.
No. I'm definitely not.
Okay, let me cite this again. That was not me speculating or assuming. I'm telling you. I wasn't asking. You are in the way of her actually being with a real man because a man keeps his word. A man says what he means. A man does not sit up here and marry a female under false pretenses or under bad faith. If that's how you do the woman laying in your bed, I know how you're going to do the rest of us. I ain't even going to ask.
No, I'm not going to do that. I would never.
If you're not being honorable to her, if she's not the only female dude, listen, nigga, I have more than one female. You niggas out there want to get married because y'all's game is weak. I've got more than one female. I am willing to let them go if they want to. Y'all want to try to live this life, and you ain't gonna be a part of it. If you want to move like a single man, you need to be a single man. If you scared and you lonely and you don't want to be out there in them streets anymore, and so you want to make sure you guarantee some reliable sexual access, well, go ahead and get married, and then you play by those rules. You don't get to play by my rules over here with the freedom I have and the latitude I have while you sitting there marrying somebody. No, go enjoy your boring ass married life. You go do that. That's what you signed up for because that's what she's agreeing to. You getting scared now because you realize you got to hang up your jersey. They didn't have the conversation with you where the man tells you, okay, son, let me explain one thing to you. This is the last pair of butt cheeks you ever going to see in your life. I hope you love them because these are the last ones forever. I don't give a damn what walks by you at the grocery store or the mall. This is it. Y'all hear that when that part starts to sink in, then y'all want to be like, wait a minute, but these other chicks out here. Oh, hell no. Everybody wants to lie about getting married and talking about how great it is. No, y'all wish you were back over here with the freedom and the options. You gave up your options. You signed on the dotted line in front of God, man, and the state. Now your character is in question. You gave your word. This is what you wanted. She followed this because you told her this is what you wanted. And in reality, you're unwilling to commit to that. Now, he wants her to not have a hyphenated name. He wants her all in. But by the way, I'm seeing some similarities between the two of you. You're worried about her fidelity to you because you got some fidelity issues of your own. So, of course, a thief is afraid that everybody else is just like them. So, I do not co-sign. I'm sure with some of the deadbeat ass options running around out there and whatnot, at face value, you probably presented very well. But if they do their due diligence, they will see the same thing I saw. The same thing I saw here tonight. And it didn't take me 4 years to uncover it either. You need to ask yourself whether or not you're husband material before you waste this one young woman's life. She's 27 years old. Just because you ain't got a bunch of other great options and you scared of being alone and you playing games, if she's not playing the same game you are, you need to ask yourself whether or not you need to be doing this. Because your character and your manhood is very much in question right now. And I ain't your wife. I'm another man. And I'm telling you, you too damn funny style. If this was my daughter you were doing this with, I don't think the FCC would allow me to say what I'm thinking. If this was my daughter you were doing this with, if this was one of my nieces, and you told me what you just said, I'd be like, baby, yeah, don't worry about seeing him no more. What's all them flashing lights outside, Uncle Jay? Don't worry about it. Y'all done broke up. I did? We did? Yeah. Baby, I gotta do this 5-year bid. But for real, I don't fool with that at all. So I'm just gonna tell you, you have, before you go talk to her or daddy-in-law or anybody else, you need to have a conversation with yourself about whether or not you're husband material and whether or not you really want to do this. Yeah, some folks will be upset and whatnot. They're going to be upset either which way it goes. They'll be upset this week or they'll be upset next year when the crap really hits the fan, when they realize that you're exactly what they thought you were. Because your family knows what you're about. Your mama knows what you are. And so do your sisters. So they know what their little brother and what their son is. They know. So they will not be surprised. They've been seeing you do this all your life. Hell, they're the ones who groomed you and conditioned you to do it. So they already know what you do. It's a bunch of these other folk who are about to get a rude surprise. So you need to ask yourself whether or not you want to do this. At the very least, whether or not you want to waste any more of her time. Since you're saying you want to be married, and yet take a look at what you're doing. Your actions and your words are obviously in conflict. Well, I don't want anybody else gripping them butt cheeks. Dude, okay. All I'm going to say is you keep this up, at some point, what goes around comes around. And she'll have the state behind her. Yeah, he didn't think about that. You know, what goes around comes around, and she'll have white daddy, white Jesus, and the state behind her when she does. You have some thinking to do, don't you?
Yeah.
I expect to hear back from you in 3 weeks, not this week. You will make a decision one way or the other. And I'll hear back from you after you've made it. Better get to it. Understand something. You get on my telephone and whatnot. No, I'm not one of these folks who sits up here and sugarcoats things. I do not do that. I give it to them straight, no chaser. If your daddy didn't tell you, I damn sure will. I'm not going to play around about it. I can see all the games. I see all the sides of it. I see everything that's happening there. Okay. Fellas out here today talk about they want to get married. Nigga, stop lying. You lonely. You broke down. I'm like, hey, fellas, do what you do. Jason, I found the one. Okay, that's great. That's wonderful. But let's just keep it $103. Most of you wish you could still move around. As soon as you sign them papers, you'd be like, damn, I wish I could still move around. All it takes is one time to go to Albertsons. You walking through the damn checkout line and something you never thought could be so soft and feminine and polite. Oh, and she's 10, 15 years, 20 years younger than what the hell you got with you now? Damn! All of a sudden, you're like, damn, I cashed in all my damn chips too soon. Cashed in my chips too damn soon. Then you want to start moving around. Well, you know, let me go ahead and get her number here. I mean, listen, I'm on the side. What is it going to hurt? Okay, dude, you're a married man. You gave that up. If you want to move with the single men and keep your options and keep the latitude that we got, then you got to be all the way in. Y'all don't know. Nah, nigga, keep it real just like I do. I am not a one-woman man. I'm not. I'm not just saying it all the time to be bragging or nothing. It's not a brag. I'm just saying, hey, it must be true because I'm saying it in front of the whole damn world. Okay, I can do that. I'm not married. I don't have any kids. I ain't sitting up here writing no paperwork. I'm not committed like that. Everybody knows what the hell they're going to get into. All these married men still trying to move like this. Y'all messing up the damn game across the damn board. Get your ass back to Mayberry. And go sit on the couch. Go sit on the damn front porch with the knitting needles. Because that's what you signed up for. Get on back to the old nigga club and go listen to some Arsenio Hall CDs from the 90s and do what you do. Stop trying to move around single cats because you're like, damn, life is good over there having options. You said you didn't want that. Y'all need to quit playing them games. You don't want this. Stop letting females get online and gas their own heads up. Because you know you ain't with it. All the females online talking about they married. You don't see any of their husbands online bragging about being married.
And deal with it, nigga.
Hate to hurt y'all damn feelings tonight, ladies, but by the way, all the females love to sit up here and make asses of themselves, running around talking about they married. By the way, baby, your husband is dead ass silent. Your husband is dead ass silent. He is not into this situation the way you are. He over here wishing he was kicking it with us. You are unclaimed. Okay, but now this is what the hell really happens. This is the reality of marriage today. The females are trying to smash and grab whatever they can get when the last train leaving. And the fellas are out here because they're lame and they want to lock down some reliable sexual access, even if she's been run through like a damn train terminal. And then when he finally gets her and he feels like he's safe and comfortable, now he's like, okay, I'm bored. I want more options. I'm bored. I done seen her butt cheeks now for the last 2 years. I know every dimple. I know every pimple. I know every discoloration. I know every mole. And I'm ready for something. I know every cellulite divot. I want something new. Nigga, you don't get new. You're married. You don't get new. You don't get variety. You said you were getting married because you didn't want variety anymore. You wanted to live with her ragged out, whatever the hell she brought you. You wanted to keep that? Okay, you got to hold that. Niggas want to get married, and as soon as they do, damn me, yeah, buyer's remorse. That's exactly what it is. They want to get married and then come back over here to us single men talking about buyer's remorse. Stop lying to these females out here. You niggas is lame. You're lame, you're corny, you're weird. Stop trying to make them think it's a great thing. It isn't. You don't want it. You don't like it. You ain't with it. You just want to have sex on a regular basis. And you don't want to tell her that she's the average lame chick. Which is why you're really trying to lock her down for marriage, because you figure that'll obligate her to give you some sex on a regular basis. Soon as you get that, you're like, damn, I ain't got variety no more. You don't need variety. Remember? Yeah, that's what I'm saying here. Niggas don't like that. Could you imagine? You go to Burger King, everything on the menu is Whopper, 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 Whopper. No chicken sandwich, no chicken nuggets. No Sunday, just the whole damn menu. Whopper, 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 Whopper. Welcome to Burger King. What would you like today? Can I get some fries? We got Whopper. Can I get some nuggets? Whopper. Sunday, Whopper. Apple pie, Whopper. We got a Whopper. I'll be damned. Can I get some bacon on that Whopper? Hell no, Whopper. Drive up to the first window. Yeah, niggas show up and their whole life is Whopper. And he's like, damn, can I get some chicken? Can I get some steak? Can I get a salad? Everything is Whopper, Whopper. The whole damn menu is Whopper, Whopper, Whopper. Y'all wrote that 50 times? You could have just put up one big ass poster, Whopper. Then they see folk like us. They see us single men over here. Man, we got damn me Chipotle. We got Chick-fil-A, that old nasty stuff. We got Zaxby's. Oh, we got Olive Garden. We got Texas Roadhouse. Niggas be sitting over there married, be salivating.
Cookie! Nom, 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 oh, nom, 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 nom.
Just say it like it is. They be sitting over there salivating like, damn. They look at our options. We just salivating. They got to go back home and fool this heifer and thinking they happy. Meanwhile, they over here kicking it with us. Damn, man, I wish I could still do that. Damn, wish I could do that. No. Go back to the kiddie pool. You stay over there. You don't want excitement. You don't want nothing. You want to sit there and pretend that grabbing the same butt cheeks every night, that's all I need. Okay, good. Get back over there with all you need. Stop trying to live the single life. Let us do what we do over here. But if you ain't cut for this, you're not cut for it. But don't become a damn liar. Because that makes you worthless to women and men. When you become a liar. I don't really know I want to be married. I really won't get. All right, let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom. Let me get Tyler over here on Zoom. Tyler, wake up. Okay, Tyler is over there on Zoom. Yeah, like I said, y'all imagine going to damn eat Taco Bell. Everything is burrito. No quesadillas, no chalupas. Everything is burritos. All right, Tyler, we got you here. Brother, why you look like TD Jakes with an afro? All right, what's on your mind, Tyler?
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. So, I'm back a little bit. So I started watching the broadcast a little bit later. So I was still on the football gentleman you were talking with. So if I'm doubling back, just let me know. But that young man is going through a lot right now, because when you go through that situation and you don't know your value, you allow people to treat you a certain way and to tell you what your value is. And there's such a big difference between what the dudes that I knew who had fathers that were handling business, and the guys like me who just kind of had to figure it out because the example that our father gave was something that kept getting us in trouble. It kept having us come up short. So we knew what not to do, but we didn't really know what to do. And then you go into a space, because I got to play at the D1 level, and I wasn't a starter. And man, it's anything you want. It's anytime. It's anywhere, on campus included. It's anything. You know, her and her friend and her cousin who's from out of town. It's whatever you want. And these girls are at the house cleaning for them, cooking, giving them stuff that they did not have in high school. But the thing is, it starts earlier than that. When they're recruiting these kids, they're throwing them high school freshmen and sophomores on the recruiting trips. So it's not like,
well, you know, I mean, on the one hand, I would like to think, you know, I can't really oversimplify. I just got off the phone with a fella and there's fathers all over there, and take a look at what's happening, you know. So on the one hand, that's occurring, but it's not a panacea. It really, really isn't. As far as the girls are concerned today, you know, the females today is not your mom and your grandmama's day. It's a different environment now. They got access to a lot of influences they didn't have. It used to be to be able to get your hands on media. You had magazine, you had television. And if you weren't near an electronic device, you didn't have it. Now you got a television you carry around in your pocket. So with that being the case, you know, there's a lot of influences that are going on, and it's harder to, I mean, it's difficult. I'm not going to lie. It is difficult today. It's difficult to keep centered. You're giving these young men, they get more money than they ever had, younger than they ever had when they get in that kind of situation. So things that used to be, you had to get a lifetime in order to accumulate, they have the possibility, it's rare, but imagine having the possibility of doing that right out of the gate. When you've got that kind of thing going on, it's a very challenging environment. So on the one hand, yeah, if you have your dad in your life, it can help. But y'all know years and years ago, I started saying, I don't really beat that drum as much as I used to. Yes, the single mother thing is certainly the worst aspect of it, but the so-called dads I've seen out here over the last 35, 40 years, I'm like, oh, hell, you niggas ain't nothing to write home about. You're not on your game. You're not on your job. It is, in a lot of cases, it's going to be a 50-50 chance that it's going to work. Brother, I'm not sure what's going on with your microphone. It's real muddled for some reason, so I don't know if you have headphones on. You don't have any headphones on or something. I don't know if that's that iPhone 4 that you got using there. So
how about this, Jason?
Okay, I think that's better, I think.
Yeah, and I was definitely on the iPods, the AirPods. But no, is you're right. It's all about self responsibility. I think bigger picture, these young men like him, it's tragic because I've been watching it for days, and I'm just like, it's kind of what you said earlier in the broadcast. You can only, do so much, and nobody. He's in a position now where nobody can tell him what to do. I got a, family member. We didn't get things corrected when they were young. Hold on. We didn't get things handled when they were younger. So when they got older, they stayed in it, and we couldn't get them out of it. And so there's all these young folks that are in those situations where once they get the money and they turn 18 and they have those legal rights, if you haven't gotten it straightened out by then, and I think you know what? I think big picture, it shows the value of being there and getting it straight in childhood, because when they turn 18, they're not going to listen.
Yeah, I mean, right now you'd be dealing with character traits at this point. So I'm hoping it's not too far in hand, but yes, these are character traits that you've been instilling in him since he was a child.
Yeah.
Then you add to it, I don't care how well you've been raised, human nature is human nature. You can be raised in the best family. If I put you in an environment where everybody's kissing your ass and everybody is just going along with whatever you say, that's going to corrupt you. I don't care how great your adversity is, what helps keep us balanced and keep us grounded. If I remove all the adversity and put life on easy mode for you, you're not fighting to get females no more. You got a Heisman Trophy in your hands. They throwing draws from the damn 15th row. Think about that. That's going to do. How does that not corrupt you? Nobody has a single bad thing to say. Brother, that's not the real damn world. Everywhere you go, nobody's got nothing bad to say about you. Niggas ain't mean mugging you. Everybody likes you. Everybody's smiling everywhere you go. That's not real. That's not reality. That's not real life. But that's what life is for him right now. Now, you and I both know how this goes. Everybody's going to keep smiling until they can't get what they want from you now, because they all been waiting for the day they can pull up the Brinks truck and get what they want. If they ever figure out that it's just not going to happen, now you're going to find out the real thing. And where it's deadly there is there's going to be a bunch of folk you might think really got your back. And they've just been prospecting and waiting their turn too. And you're young. You've never experienced this. It's one thing if this happens to you at 40. Happening to you at 20? You don't even have enough life experiences here. And if your family is not telling you anything, emotionally you'll be a sitting duck. And I don't know how you'll respond to that when reality finally hits you. You might respond to it well. Then again, it might break you. It might break you, and you could do anything from becoming a coon or a recluse to becoming Lil Nas X. What? It's just I'm not lying. This could go any kind of way. When they break, brother, they break bad. When they break, they could break bad. If he feels like the world's been kissing his ass, and then he wakes up one day and he feels like the world is turned against me. The whole world is against me now. He could break easy, then again, he could break bad. I'll let you have the last word.
Absolutely. And I appreciate that, Jason. I appreciate the broadcast because it needs to be talked about. These young fellas need to know their value. Shows like The Business help young folks like me, like even with me in my current situations. I'm in a much better spot because over the years, you've allowed me to know what is real value, what's not real value, and what contributes that value, how to contribute that value to get the max, return on investment, and in terms of power dynamics within relationships. And it's just, he needs to listen to you. And I don't know if you're going to be able to get there in time. And even if you do, there's so much momentum already in play. But it's a cautionary tale. We'll see how it goes. Be one.
Thank you very much for giving us a call now, brother. Like I said, we're going to see how it goes. He's going to learn one way or the other. He's going to learn one way or the other. He's either going to listen or life going to teach him. Life is going to teach you regardless. I just don't want him doing anything that he can't get up and walk away from. Getting your heart broke is going to happen. Bad relationships are a given. That's a given. What isn't a given is a baby mama. What isn't a given is a spiteful, scornful ex-wife. What isn't a given is a gold-digging ex-wife. Now, those are not givens. Those are choices. So I just hope he gives it enough time so that he doesn't make decisions that he can't just get up and walk away from. Because right now, there isn't anything that's happened that he can't get up and walk away from. There's nothing that's occurred that he can't just get up and walk. He can just go ahead and turn off his phone with her and go home. Hopefully he keeps those options until things get solidified. All right, let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom. I got Jordan here on Zoom. All right, Jordan, why are you looking like Isaac from Love Boat?
I've never seen that show or movie.
Okay, what do you say? What do you say? Love Boat? Y'all niggas is old. Okay. All right, what's on your mind?
All right, I got 7 points here. I don't know how many you want to take, but the first point is, or question. So I saw your podcast or your broadcast about what's a woman's value. And you were talking about the two Claires, Claire Huxtable and then the Claire from House of Cards. So in terms of Travis Hunter, is there a Claire in college, or should he have waited, later on to find his Claire per se?
He should have waited. He has not known this female long enough. She has not been vetted. He has not built himself so that he has something to lose. And as far as I'm concerned, LeBron James is an outlier. He's not the rule. Travis, they ain't known this chick since high school. So it's not like LeBron James and Savannah, he's known them since high school. So this isn't even the same situation. What I'm saying is it's very risky. You see all the hallmarks of it. She's moved very quickly. She's already got them talking about marriage, even though you have not known each other long enough to make that decision. He hasn't even locked down his career yet, and you already talking about marriage? Is that what happens to the average guy? Or is that just for Heisman Trophy winners? So you remember when you were 20, was chick sitting up here pressing you to get married right out the damn gate? Or is that for a Heisman Trophy winner? So she pushing real fast. It's like, yeah, he's going to the league. She wants to solidify her position. Now you're going to try to fool him into thinking that that's his job, is to solidify your position for where he's going. No, he needs to solidify his. He doesn't even know where he's going. He doesn't know what he'll be paid. He doesn't really know what the next 10 years will be like. He doesn't know if there will be a 10 years. What if he gets injured? He doesn't know what's coming. So at this point right now, I think it's foolhardy to make any real commitments to other people. He needs to finish developing himself. Then once he's built his life, he's got it structured the way he wants to, he's become fully fledged a man. He's been in a number of relationships, both positive and negative, so that he's seen the best and the worst that females will do and realizes they really will do it. Once he's had those life experiences, now he can properly vet a female and decide whether or not he wants to spend the rest of his life with her, because now he knows how to evaluate her. And he's got something to lose. So he has to actually really play with real money, which means now he has to take this very seriously. This young man is not taking this seriously. We talking about what he's going to get. He doesn't have it yet, so it's not real. So no wonder he's so cavalier. He doesn't have it yet. He's got a possibility. When a man actually has it and then got folk trying to take it from him and steal it from him, and he realizes they really will try to do that, now he's going to take it more seriously. Now I can take your vetting process more seriously because I know you're actually believing, by the way, I got to watch out for real snakes because the world's got snakes in it. At this point, that's not where he's at. I hope he gets that far along, but no, he has not waited nearly long enough to make this decision.
So second point, Jalen Hurts, you didn't really see him go through this, and you don't see Arch Manning going through this right now. What's the difference there?
You don't know what they're going through. So with the Manning family and whatnot, like I said, I'm from Louisiana. So with the Manning family, that's a little bit different. So you said Archie, I think you might mean like Peyton and Eli and whatever. Like I say, it's a different thing. It's something that I've noticed here. I'm from Louisiana, so Louisiana's not a very populous state, not compared to, our neighbor Texas. So I'm bringing that up to say, like, you got more people in the city of Dallas than we have in the entire state of Louisiana. So that means something. The caliber of female you're going to meet in Louisiana will be different than what you're going to meet in Dallas, in Atlanta, in DC. It's going to be different. In many ways, it'll be good because they come from smaller places. So a lot of that big city infectious dysfunction, they will not be subject to. Can you kick it with a simple Southern girl who isn't really avaricious about Chanel bags and she's not really glitz and glamour like that, but she'll hold it down and she knows how to cook? Are you okay with that? Or are you determined to have a badass broad whose body is banging in a Bentley? You're going to have to make that decision. Down here, it tends to skew towards the former. You know, you get somebody with some sense, and you're not going to have the glamour quotient, but you're also not going to be dealing with a lot of that big city dysfunction. If you're okay with that, then this might be the one you want to hold on to.
Interesting. Okay. Balancing high standards with being patient. I know in one of your broadcasts you said, you know, you got to give people time. You know, we're going to mess up, so be patient with them. Obviously, don't accept disrespect, but how do you balance high standards and leaving versus being patient and like staying?
Well, first of all, you have to know yourself and know your standards. This is why it's important for you to get yourself built out. Build your life for yourself so that it is structured. Because here's the issue. The dude that got off the phone with there before, the Nigerian fella playing around with the girl, he has not solidified himself yet. That's the problem. So because he doesn't have a solid structure, he's brought her into a damn raggedy ass structure. The agenda is not solid. If the agenda were solid, then she could properly play her position because she knows what her position actually is. When you're still fumbling around and playing around and your ideology is not unified and you're not really sure what you want and you're not really sure what you need in this world, well, no wonder you and the female can't get along because you're not sure. So once a man gets solid, a female now knows what she's dealing with. And when she has that kind of stability, she knows what she can do with you and what she can't do with you. That's what makes things fall in place. So that solves that patience thing versus when you move. Brother, when you are ready, everything's going to move at your speed because you're the one calling the shots. So patience is a skill that we have in life in general. But as far as interpersonal, when you got things solid and it's going your way, folks got to conform to the program you put together, but you got to have one. And the patience you will apply is for the right applicant or the right people to be around you because they fit into the program. So we filter out the ones who, hey, I got something going on here. Y'all ain't got nothing going for yourselves. You're not building. You're not competent. I have to keep repeating myself to you. You're not a good fit for what I'm doing. So the patience is, okay, I built the structure. I make sure I'm on point so that when you do encounter the right people, they can see, hey, he's solid. He got the structure built. The agenda is straight. Let me see if I can get in where I fit in. So there's where the patience will come in ultimately. Or at least that's what you're supposed to be working toward.
Perfect. Okay, two more. I'm writing this down, by the way. But so do you think some men who listen to your content maybe become egotistical? I don't want to judge the last caller, that guy, but it sounded like he said, you know, well, I'm the best she can do, you know.
Yeah, and then we investigated what that was, and then we found out, yeah. Look, I am not under any illusions. I know that there are a lot of guys who listen to what I say, and because they see that it resonates with the females, they take parts of it they can use, and then they just co-opt it. So they want just enough to get easy access to sex. Women have to be on guard against guys who present well, but in reality, it's a chameleon thing. He's only using enough tools to give the appearance that he's got everything. No, you got to fully vet them and make sure they have everything they're supposed to be having. So yes, people are going to try to fake their way through it. As far as being egotistical, yeah, when you start to succeed at something, egoism is going to become a factor, inevitably, especially if you're trying to get something for nothing. A thief doesn't believe that he's wrong. A thief believes he's entitled to what you got. So if you got that mindset, that's always going to be something. Remember, you got plenty of ugly chicks who are vain as hell. You've seen them. This chick 400 pounds and is vain as hell. That's ego. So I said that to say the ego doesn't necessarily need to be rational. If a person wants to be egotistical, bam, they are. even if there is no basis in reality, even if they're not getting any results. So ego is based on your willingness to believe. So that's why what you're asking there, yeah, you're going to find that everywhere, even when there is no rational basis for it to be there. So don't look for rhyme or reason. It's dependent upon their willingness to believe it.
Interesting. You know what's funny when this is my second to last one. Leonardo DiCaprio, you know, the world, well, I've listened to content where they make fun of him for being single and dating younger women. And I've even heard people call him gay for not wanting to settle down and get married. But then you see marriages, the men are cheating on their wives. It's like, that's so confusing, you know?
Well, look, Leo has decided he wants to be a happy bachelor. He's one of the most legendary names in Hollywood. These girls, you got chicks who are 22 years old watching Titanic. That's an endless love story. So think about that for a few moments. Hey, Jack from Titanic is still available. You want to talk about men with nostalgia for porn chicks? Imagine a 22-year-old female, or, you know, she was 18. I don't want to get below that for character reasons. But if she was a younger female watching Titanic, and by the way, Jack is still single and available, how are they going to turn that down? So Leo has decided, hey, I'm going to keep my options open. He saw what happened to Brad Pitt. He saw what happened to Tom Cruise. He's like, I'm good. And so, I mean, I can't hate on him for that. He's one of the most recognizable people on the planet. So, and his track record is very clear. You know what the hell you're getting into. But then again, to be totally honest with you, there's the whole issue about it. A female would rather spend 1 year with Leo DiCaprio / Jack from Titanic than to have 50 years with an average guy. Or a fella who ain't on his level, brother. She'll be talking about these chicks who date Leo. They'll be talking about that year for the rest of their damn lives. They will remember that year for the rest of their existence. You could never match that. You damn right. She'll take this whirlwind 12 months because she can always come back and marry your po ass.
And deal with it, nigga.
She can always come back and get you. She'll never be able to date Leo again. She can always come back and get you. You'll still be standing there. You'll be right there on that damn corner in front of Home Depot where she left you. She'll never get the chance to go around the world with Leo. So, hey, it is what it is.
Man, I've never thought about that way.
No, folks, don't think about it because that requires brutal reality that isn't demonizing someone. I'm not demonizing Leo, nor am I condemning or demonizing the females with him. This isn't good or bad. These are interests. Nobody wants to be just honest. These females are making a logical decision. Well, it's superficial. There's a lot of things in life that are superficial. That doesn't make it bad. But the bottom line is, baby, she can always go back and go get a regular guy. She will never get another chance to say I dated Leo DiCaprio. That is a very exciting prospect. It doesn't have to be a lifetime. She'll keep the memories for a lifetime. And yes, that is a logical, practical decision to make, by the way. It sure is. It's just like if I told you, do you want to go to work for Goldman Sachs? You might not like Goldman Sachs, but hey, they have an office in Dubai. Okay, I can work there for a year.
For sure.
I'm going to work for one of the biggest banks in the world in Dubai for a year or two. Yeah, but you won't retire with them. I don't need to. It's Dubai for a year or two. That's good. I've got my value. It's been an equal value exchange. It doesn't have to be a lifetime to be an equal value exchange. Folks don't want to have to admit that, but then when they get put in a position, you make those decisions. So if we can be honest with people, you can actually understand why folk make their decisions. Then you won't be so angry and bitter at them because you understand why they did what they did. And now you can respect it, as opposed to they should have done what I wanted them to do. No, they shouldn't have. She should have gone off with Leo.
Literally. That's my guy right there. All right. So spiritually, emotionally, physically, hygiene, all those things are important. I live in Fort Wayne. Well, I think you already know that. But and right now my apartment is cheap, but I don't live in the best part of downtown, right? Do you suggest living in the best part of downtown?
No.
Okay.
Right now, you need to be saving up every penny that you can. You're young. You're never going to be younger than you are right now. You're never going to be healthier than you are right now. You need to be stacking as much money as you can, which means you need to slash your expenses. Now, if you are in a dangerous part of town where niggas are liable to knock you over the head, that's a different matter. That's a safety issue. But if you're just like, this ain't really the kicking spot for the females, damn that. Your job right now is to have as much cash on hand because that builds your value. Cash, credit, your yearly income. This is supposed to be you amassing your value and your resources so you can leverage that later. You can't do that. Your job right now is to be as spendthrift as possible. Slash expenses. You're supposed to be eating crackers and cheese. Actually, forget the damn cheese. That's an extravagance. You're supposed to be containing costs. This is the time to do it. This is the time. You're never going to be as healthy as you are right now, which means you can abuse yourself working as much. You'll never be as healthy. When the high blood pressure and all that other mess sets in, you won't have a chance. Right now, you can do it. You're in a condition mentally, emotionally, physically to be able to do it. You don't need to be, quote, taking care of no female. You don't need to be even doing that. Right now, you're supposed to be increasing your value and your resources, storing up your wealth, increasing your overall portfolio of value. You need to be focused on that like a laser beam. Live in the cheapest apartment. Don't go clothes shopping. Get a beater car. You keep your expenses as low as possible. Period.
So I got a company car, so I don't have to pay for that. But should I get a second job? I'm on salary plus commission because I'm a sales consultant. Should I?
If you can.
Okay.
Yes, this is the time to do that. This is the time to paper chase, stack dollars. This is the time to be doing that day and night. You got to get out here and get it while it's out here to be gotten. Because you don't know when there's going to be an economic downturn. That's what folks don't tell you. That's what wiped me out when I was 22 years old. I didn't know what a recession was. I didn't know that an economic downturn could last 2 or 3 years. I didn't know that. I found out at the worst possible time. So what I realize now is I tell you, young man, you got to, Gillian Wallow said that $1 million a game. He said he told his woman, baby, I got to get out here and get it while it's out here to be gotten. Because as a black man, it ain't always out here for us. So when it's out here, we got to go chase it. Because we don't know when it's not going to be out here. So, brother, if that dollar is out there, get it. Get it now. Don't assume it's going to be sitting there waiting for you.
Yeah. What part-time job should I get?
Nigga, you asked me. You said should you get a part-time job, and that's up to you.
I mean, I could make more money.
Okay. You asked me what I thought of the idea. I said yes. Yeah. Part-time job. Yeah. Yes. What should I get? Bro, you asking me?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I didn't know because sometimes I listen to your podcast or your broadcast and, you talk about traveling and stuff like that. So I think sometimes I get confused with what you do as a producer versus what you do as you're just trying to establish yourself,
No, look, right now you need to slash expenses. You're going to do traveling anyway, although I suggest you try to do some, but not if it comes at a tremendous expense. So like you're in Indiana, go visit Chicago for a weekend. New York is always a good one there. So one of the major metropolitan areas, you can do that once a year. Or whatever, just so you can go see what the different environment is like. Be there for a couple of days. Make sure you move around so you can see the difference in things. Like when you go to Los Angeles, driving around Los Angeles is a totally different experience than driving around Cleveland or Chicago or Dallas. So that's the reason for doing it, so you can get a sense of the different environments and how people are doing things differently. That's the whole point of, quote, traveling, not to go take pictures of yourself, so that you can see what else is out there and how people are operating and moving differently than what you're accustomed to. So now your repertoire of experience is expanding because you've seen these things. You didn't just hear about it, you saw it. And you're going to hear and see things that I'm not even talking about. That's the purpose for doing it. Maybe do that once a year. But in your case, I wouldn't do it if it cost me more than $800. I wouldn't do it. So if you have a spare $800 laying around once every year, every other year, sure, you can go ahead and do that. Right now, until about the age of 32, 33, you supposed to be paper chasing. That's your primary objective in life right now is paper chasing.
Okay. I've got 2 friend girls and I hang out with one of them a week, like each of them once a week. Is that doing too much or?
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about that because I'm like, if you got time to hang out with them, that's time you could be working.
Yeah, it's usually about an hour or so, but
the real thing, more importantly, is the real thing is, are you interested in them or are they interested in you?
I told them I'm not looking for. Well, I tried with one of them, the first girl, and
that sales in one ear and out the others. If you tell them you're not serious, just understand she's going to tell you, okay, that's fine. And she's lying. It's not fine with her. She's just going to lie. The bottom line is, I want you to be prioritizing on your work because females hanging around, just every minute you're with a female, I know what you're not doing.
Yeah, I'm not working.
There's my concern there. And I just worry because that can become a slippery slope. And next thing you know, the seesaw starts leaning more over towards spending time with them. And now you're trying to work around your schedule with them. That's the kind of thing that concerns me. As opposed to, you see the females once a week or once every other week or whatever, especially if you got 2 of them. I'm just like, okay, why do we need 2 of them there? Because it's like that's twice the interruptions you're going to have. Yeah. Even if it's just phone calls or text messages, that's twice the interruption. Simplify. I would be simplifying my life. I don't ever tell people to break up their relationships. I don't do that, and I'm not doing that with you now. So I didn't say that. What I am going to say is, by the way, you can't do 3 things at once.
Yeah.
I had 5 cars. Can't drive one at a time. I got 2 females. Okay, well, I guess you can have both of them come over at the same time, but now I know you ain't working.
Yeah.
And right now, that would be my priority for you, brother. The dollar that you have today is worth half of the one that I had when I was your age. This ain't no damn joke. The real estate is more expensive than it's ever been. It's 5 times more expensive, and the dollar's worth half what it was. How much time you think you got to play? Because right now, the whole thing is you're supposed to be building up so that when you get by the age of 40, you ain't struggling. This is not about at 30. You're supposed to be struggling at 30. You're supposed to be struggling to make sure that you're not struggling at 40.
Mm-hmm.
And everything around you needs to be moving towards that. We can stack the females when we get home free. We can do that then. That takes care of itself. That's not even something you got to think about. You know what you do got to think about? Being in a position where that's not going to be an issue that cripples you. So that when you do decide to make that move, and by the way, when you do get to that point, you're going to be like, I like making money more than hanging out with females like that anyway. Mm-hmm. Not that you don't like women. It's just like, by the way, when you have a goal and a purpose in this life, it's like, yeah, females become secondary to that. And they should be. They must be. And I'm saying secondary, they really become tertiary.
Mm-hmm.
So the more focused you become, the less of an issue that is. So I'm not going to make a judgment on them except to say, all right, I know what we're not doing with 2 females around. I know we're not working as much as we probably could be. For if you know what my attitude would be. I'm like,
yeah.
But that's up to you.
One more thing.
You already said that.
No, I promise. So my sister and I, we have a business. We created some sweatpants, and honestly, they fit, and the cut is not something. It's like a blue ocean type of market. I feel like because we've tried them out, and a lot of our family members have bought them, and they wear them dining, fine dining, or lounging around.
Irrelevant.
So, I'm sorry.
Irrelevant.
They're very comfortable.
I'm glad to hear that. Let me know how big your market is outside of your family.
None so far.
Okay. And the reason why the family is irrelevant is not simply because you can't judge their motives, but also because that's a very limited market. That's the problem with that. So if you want to know about the only thing that makes a business viable is your ability to scale.
Yeah.
To scale it up. How far can you scale with your family members? I mean, I guess if you're like Mr. Nigerian with 700 people, I guess you kind of got the ability to scale. But bottom line is, your ability to, you can't judge its viability because you can't scale it within that market. So let me know when we've gone outside of that. Then you can start making some judgments. Right
Yeah,
now,
we're
you
planning
can't.
that now.
Okay, well, let me know when planning turns to practice. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Like I say, it's not necessarily about it being a bad idea or anything like that. Just understand what matters and what doesn't. Family is great. That's wonderful. I didn't say you shouldn't do something with them. That's fine and everything, but that doesn't give you a really accurate gauge of your ability to scale this thing. And ultimately, if you can't scale a business, then it's not going to remain viable. Either that or you have to have a luxury boutique product that you just sell for an astronomical amount of money. Well, if you have that, I guess you can. All right, let me go ahead and see if I can get back over here on Zoom. I have Denise here on Zoom. Denise, I just need you to go ahead and turn your camera and your microphone on for me here. Don't worry, nobody else will see you except me, but just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues, though you probably already know that. Just need you to go ahead and turn the camera and microphone on for me here, just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues. There you go, Denise. All right, and what is on your mind?
I was just calling to give you an update. I called you like a year ago. Me and my ex was on the phone arguing.
Oh,
He
hell.
was arguing.
Now, ma'am, if you got me on speaker or something, I'm not sure. You're kind of muddled there. So if y'all are using iPods or anything like that, I need you to turn those off because it's muddled and I don't want to have us missing what you're saying.
I'm in my truck right now. Hold on. Let me put my Bluetooth on.
Oh, don't turn the Bluetooth on. Could be an issue. Hope this doesn't go bad. Oh, newfangled technology got a hold over there, y'all. She was on and it went dark.
Okay, I'm back.
There you go.
Can you hear me
Denise.
better now?
All right, what's on your mind? You say you and your man were arguing the last time I talked to you. Did y'all get that straightened out?
Yeah, I got it straightened out. I left them.
Oh Lord. That probably was not what I was trying to do there. So,
but I mean, Jason, it was a lot. It's been a lot of stuff that came up, and I couldn't say.
Now, were you in the truck the last time I talked to you, or were you actually at home?
No, I was at home the last time.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah, I think I remember you. You were at home, and I was trying to tell you something, and you were arguing with me, as a matter of fact, if I remember correctly. So,
no, I wasn't arguing with you. I was arguing with him because he was talking over us while we were trying to talk.
Okay. Well, I hate to see Camelot come to an end. That's not really what I was looking for there. So, are y'all two still talking?
No, we're not on talking terms. It ended badly.
Oh, hell. All right, well, hopefully it didn't end in gunfire. So, all right. Well,
I was just calling to tell you that, I leveled up. He didn't. I went to CDL school, got my CDLs, and working on my hazmat stuff. I couldn't be with somebody that didn't want to do anything with their life.
Well, that is something very, very important to keep in mind. A female is her past and a man is his future. And probably the biggest issue we have today is that society has become so coddled and so coddling that there are a lot of males who don't have a future. And I'm talking about dudes in their 40s and 50s, and they're not going anywhere.
Right.
Without that, a female can't follow a man who's not going anywhere.
Exactly.
Even if you're a retiree, you're just sitting on the damn front porch. You're not going anywhere. What does she have to follow? She can leech off you, she can mooch off you, but she can't follow you. So it is very important that you have the ability to do that. As a man, it's very important that you be going somewhere, that she sees you're progressing, that she sees you're competitive, because how are you going to give her instructions and she doesn't see where you're producing or where your instructions are proving itself in the real world? So you'll be trying to throw your weight around and she's like, wait a minute, let me see how well you throw your weight around with these other men. And then we'll see that'll validate it over here. Too many fellas want to try to get respect with no results. And it doesn't work that way.
And I did my best to respect them, but I mean, I'm not going to stay around it.
Here. Okay. All right. I think I got that going here. We had a bit of an issue there. Let me see. Oh, boy. Yeah, had a bit of an issue there. Okay, I may have to see. Okay. Waiting for it to bring up my thing there so I can see that. Okay, let me see here. Where are you? Hopefully that doesn't come with a bunch of problems. Okay. Join with that. There we go. All right. I was on there. We had a little bit of technical difficulties. It is that most annoying time of year. Denise, if you want to give me a call back there, let me try to get you back on. Technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen, technical difficulties, but we sidestep the opposition. All right, so we are back here. I'm so glad YouTube didn't cut this up because we have been cooking with napalm here tonight. Where are you, Denise? Where is Denise? Is she trying to get her webcam set up for her OnlyFans? Where you at, Denise? There you go. Denise, do you hear us? Okay, she's working on her phone situation there. While she's doing that there, put your headphones back. I don't know, baby, your audio's gotten real janky there for a moment, so I don't know if you changed how you're using it. I know you were fighting with the headphones there before. I'm going to give you a minute here to go ahead and get that straightened out. While I do, thank you to everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed for a nice program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to Harbor Lights. Thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that. DJ Sega been giving out some memberships. I appreciate that. Hitakiri has been throwing some memberships there as well. Shout out there to Harbor Lights. Big shout out here to Quiet Storm DJ.
I told you all that I was the greatest of all time. I told you today I'm still the greatest of all time.
All right, Quiet Storm DJ says, salute TBA and the B1 family. 100 in the words of Jason Black. Stop bringing hoes home. Fellas, if you want to fool with hoes, you can definitely do that, but make sure you keep a hoe in her proper place is all I'm saying. That is it. That is all. There is a place in this world for hoes. Make sure you keep them there. All right, let me go ahead and jump back over here to Denise. She's lights, camera, action.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you now. Okay, ma'am. So she's been out here running these streets, literally. She's been trying to audition for a replacement.
I'm not auditioning for anything. I think I just need to work on, drive my truck and stack my money and do what I need to do.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that. How are you enjoying it?
I love it, actually.
The solitude?
Yes.
Because I know you coast to coast. I know you are. Sounds from what you acting like right now, I'm thinking you're probably out west.
I am out west. That's crazy.
There you go, baby. I'm just saying there are telltale signs. Jason, how you be knowing there's telltale signs? There are telltale signs. But like I say, that's a good place to be. West Texas, Arizona, Nevada, Eastern California. In those areas there, they're more moderate in climate. If you keep going north, there's solitude there too. Is also snow, especially this time of year. But other than that, like I say, especially if it's a good thing to be able to get your head clear and to be in touch with yourself. And you don't have anything intruding on you that you didn't ask for, except the occasional drunk driver. But other than that, like I said, I think that's a good place for you to emotionally and psychologically regroup. And when you want to start, joining in again, you have that as an option also.
I appreciate it, Jason. I just wanted to call and let you know.
Well,
I moved on and I'm doing better. And I dropped the trash.
Well, that's a rather harsh way of putting it. However,
I apologize. It is, but that's just how I felt.
Because my thing is, there's a reason why we say the statement that you chose him, because just remember that is a reflection on you as well. It is. If he's trash, I'm like, if you chose him, That's not just a bad look on him because he wasn't in that relationship by himself.
No, he wasn't. I was in a messed up situation at the time, and he was there to kind of so-called help me out of it, and it didn't do anything but
well,
make
it
worse.
seems like at some point he actually was a positive assisting influence, and maybe at some point that changed. He might have.
No, I can't even say that, Jason. I'm not trying to bash this man because I don't do the man bashing stuff, but he was not positive. I was the positive influence in his life.
I'm talking about when you, ma'am, so you're telling me that you struck up a relationship with him because he was bad?
No.
Oh, thank you. That's my point. At some point he was. Now, I don't know how long it lasted, but at some point he was. And then things changed. Well, you know what? That's the nature of life also. Things do change. Now, hopefully they don't change radically and dramatically and catastrophically. Hopefully they don't, although sometimes they do. And that happens also. I'm not telling you you have to be happy with him. What I am telling you is respect where you've been. Because remember, just like I teach you all, you know this for a fact at your age. You don't talk bad about your parents for one reason. The rest of the world is only going to respect you half as much as they see you respect your parents. So that's the reason you do it, not because they were great, wonderful people, but because you understand how that reflects on you. And is that the life you want to be having? Is this what you want the report to be on you going forward? Furthermore, as a man, why would I want to get with Denise if this is the way she's liable to respond about me later? Why would I want to do that?
Like I said, I'm not here to bash him. I just wanted to let you know that I moved on and I'm trying to do better in my life. Because
what I'm telling you is that if you have moved on, I want you to understand that as a woman, your most powerful character trait can be your ability to find the positive, not to fabricate it, but to be able to identify it, because people are going to let you down. And if you're with another guy, I don't care how great he is, he's going to have his bad days and his bad times too. Are you using this as your opportunity to cultivate being a woman who can build a man up under any circumstances? So that when you do get with them, you're not bringing this energy to him. Because during this time period, you practice that, hey, even with this fellow, things didn't end well, but I'm going to be a more positive person out of this. Not because I'm delusional or happy-go-lucky, but because this is what increases my value. Folk want to be around somebody who can build them up. And if you're not practicing doing that, and I know it's hard, I know it is, but if you don't practice it, then what will you become? People want folk who can do difficult things. This is a difficult thing for you, and they will respect you if you can do it.
I get that. I get that.
So where are we heading?
I just want to like I said, I just want to be calm and collect my thoughts and be out here, get myself together so that I can be that better person for the next guy that I do choose to be with. Like,
well, your skin's looking good, so you got that much going for you. So
I appreciate it.
Oh, and your veneers are good too. Okay, well, so she got her skin.
Yeah, my teeth is beautiful now.
She got her skin together. She got her veneers together. So with you fellas, I'm telling you, when they get ready to go back to the sexual marketplace, it's like, okay, they go see the orthodontist, they go see the dermatologist. Nigga, your days is numbered. Your days are numbered, fellas. When they go see the orthodontist and the dermatologist, oh, nigga, that's a wrap. She is through working on the relationship. She is looking for your replacement. That is the way that goes. Where are you heading to?
Right now I'm headed to Laredo, Texas.
Oh, man. All right. She's going down there and whatnot. Big things happening down there in Laredo. Big things. Hot spot down there for trucking. Something very important to keep in mind in that regards. So keep your eyes and your ears open out there. And by all means, please do check back in with me. I'm glad you gave me a call back.
I will, Jason. I appreciate it.
I appreciate
Next time
that
you
too.
hear from me, you'll hear better things.
Next time I hear from her, she'll have her fence to open. All right. Thank you very much for giving us a call. She's like, yeah, next time I hear from her, she'll have that fence to pop in. Jason, why you guys say things like that? Because I do.
Deal with it, nigga.
All right, let's see. Let me go grab Eric. Let me go see if I can grab Eric here. Let me see what's happening on Zoom. Let me see if I can get Eric together. Eric, make sure you turn off your speakers there. Go ahead and turn your camera, your microphone on for me here. I can give you 5 more seconds here, Eric, then I got to go ahead and move on. All right, Eric, we got you on the scene here. What's on your mind?
What's going on, Jason Black? Can you hear me, man?
Yes, sir.
Man, look, on your Pappoose situation, man, because he's used to playing the background, man, shouldn't he be trying to become like a good Pip and Gladys Knight, for Clarissa Shields?
That's that's not a good situation for Clarissa of all people. She's jumping in the middle of a very messy situation. This is a married man. Then again, she's supposed to have a fiance, so she already got issues. For everybody involved, this Pappoose and Remy Ma have chosen their dysfunction. Clarissa is still a young woman, and she's jumping into the middle of a whole big ass mess. What are you going to do with another woman's husband? What is the point of this?
Yeah, I got you.
What do you gain from this? So this is a bad look for Clarissa. It's a good. Yeah. The only person it's a good look for is Pappoose. It's a good look for him, but for for Remy Ma looks whacked out and crazy. Clarissa looks hood and reckless and irresponsible. So the only person who's making out good right now is Pappoose for the time being.
Yeah, I got you. Well, I tell you what, on the Travis Hunter saga, he obviously broke the internet or whatever, but shouldn't his mentor be telling him to cue the Tiger Woods attorneys? You know how he did with his girlfriend? How they met her at the airport and stuff?
Okay, you talking about Travis?
Yeah, Travis, yeah.
Right now he doesn't have anything, so that would be premature. The real thing is for him to avoid a situation before he gets into it. Because Tiger Woods got with old girl because she worked for him and whatnot, so he basically had some leverage in that position before he got started, before she whacked out. In this case right here, we're questioning whether or not this young man should even be moving forward based on what we've seen. So with Tiger Woods, that made sense. This right now, we're trying to make it make sense for us.
Yeah, I got you, but I'm saying, don't you you can kind of foresee that. I mean, if this guy doesn't do like one of those good time situations where we just about to get out and, I hurt my leg or some stupid stuff, this dude can really have a big bag on the line. Shouldn't somebody be saying, hey man, look, I know Godfrey jumped in and along with everybody else trying to say, hey man, hey, look, get your paperwork together.
Yeah,
but I mean,
that's going to be tough though, because here's the problem: the more voices coming at him telling him don't, then he's going to have his mama telling him don't let nobody tell you what to do. You see, it becomes a lot of feedback loop to it. So it's difficult, even with the whole world saying this. Is he interpreting this as the world is trying to give you some knowledge and some wisdom and insight, or is he interpreting this as, wow, I'm the man, look at all these folk, I'm trending on Twitter and trending on TikTok? Is that the way he's taking it, or is he actually absorbing this and digesting it? I don't know. It could be one of either ways. So I'm hoping it's not the second one, because if that's the case, things are just going to play out however they play out.
Yeah, I mean, and two, I don't know much about the whole podcast situation, but seeing that they had that together initially, we don't know the paperwork and everything like that. But in a perfect world, shouldn't he like cut the line right now? I'm saying as far as he's concerned, like everything legally should be on paper at this point. Like, look, we gotta do this. We gotta do this. It's just like.
Yeah, I mean, in the 21st century, you talking about 7-8 figures. Yeah, I mean, you should have all that locked down. Hopefully he gets an agent that he listens to, a manager he listens to, that they can people over and see like, okay, let's have a talk about protecting your assets. I ain't got no assets. Yeah, we need to talk about protecting those.
Right.
So hopefully he gets in touch with some folk like that, and he gets those kind of people come around him, and they can see what's shaping up so that they can preemptively take some steps to ensure, they help as much as they can. However, nobody's going to be able to protect him if he gets that girl pregnant or marries her. If he does that, there's no protection against that.
Yeah, because see, the thing I look at is you got storm chasers, you got these ambulance chasers. I mean, I would think the attorneys would be lined up everywhere he goes, like, hey, Travis, I'm an attorney. Come over here, let me talk to you about lining up your assets,
Well, yeah, I mean, but it depends on whether or not you want to speak to him. So, I mean, obviously you have think of how many people are trying to tug his ear right now.
Right.
He's got half the internet trying to tug his ear. So I'm just saying the brain can only process so much. So he's going to spend 99% of his time trying to avoid people and filter things out and whatnot. So that's the reason why that won't work. Right now, He's got so many people coming at him. And then he's got this chick and she's got the most of his ear. So you got a lot of things pulling at him. He's a young man. He doesn't have a lot of experiences. So what is his ability to even discern or determine what he should be listening to? So right now, if he's getting information overload, he's really just going to ignore everybody.
Well, that's true. That's true. Well, look, Jay, take your time, man. Look, you're doing great, man.
We appreciate it, brother. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, like I say, I mean, if he's got a bunch of people tugging at him, what do you expect? It's just, even in the normal circumstances, if you have 1,000 people a day trying to, let me talk to you everywhere he goes, let me talk to you, come here, let me talk to you, like he ain't got nowhere to go. He's got places to go and things to do and old girl here to hang out with. So there are factors that come into play. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Great Lakes champion up here. Hadn't seen that name in a minute. Hadn't seen Great Lakes champion here in a minute. So we'll see if we can get them to go ahead and check in with us here. Great Lakes champion here. Let me go ahead and give you a second here. Not sure what's going on. Okay, it looks like you are streaking down you are streaking down the freeway.
Yeah, I'm in the freeway. Yeah. Hey, so going back to that guy, I keep it Travis there. I heard Coach Mike and you speaking, and it was like that was a very good discussion. A lot of these guys can be coachable and really become something, but the mother does take away the masculine influence around them. They will isolate the son so that he can't grow, so they can control him. And that goes back to what you always talk about, that son-husband epidemic, son-husband syndrome.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, there's a lot of influences you're going to have around them. I don't know who they're listening to, and hopefully somebody will be able to get through there and talk some sense that they don't squander these opportunities, because you're never going to have a second chance to do this. You only get one shot at doing this. He's only going to get. Imagine having one shot at this at 20 years old. You only got one chance to get it right. So that's why I don't even want to focus on the minutia. I'm just like, hey, can we handle the big things? Don't get nobody pregnant. Don't marry anybody. Can we handle the big things? And I feel like we can work on the rest of it. But as far as the folk and the family and things like that, if you read the stories and stuff, and I don't want to get too far off into that, it's just there's obviously some issues on his side, particularly where his dad is concerned, because his dad wasn't even able to be there in person. So y'all can go read the stories about why that was the case. But his father wasn't even able to be there in person. So there's issues going on there, and we're just now finding out about it. Travis been living with it for 2 decades. How much of a toll it's going to take on him or influence, I don't know. We're about to find out.
Yeah, but this is routine with these mothers, because even if they have the father, no one's listening to them. If they want, like this lady, I think Angela Stanton said, she said black women just want power and control. And that mom did say that the boy, people said he was a mistake, but he ran with it. She ran with it, and then look what came about it. And I thought that was horrible to say in that video, but she was interviewed.
Yeah, they get lucky. You see these guys, these young men ending up at the NFL Combine. Their mama got lucky. It was like rolling the dice at the casino. This wasn't because she was a great parent. She got lucky. Your son was in a situation where he could overcome the bull jive you got him off into. So she got lucky, and that's why so much of it turns out disastrously, because these women don't know how to raise these boys into competent men. He gets lucky and gets a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She is completely incompetent and incapable of being able to guide him or manage him into preserving it. So basically, it's like winning the lottery. And we all know what happens to lottery winners.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you all talked about the sassy mama's boys, right? And I fell victim of that when I was much younger, but I wanted more. And I see how when the coach Mike was talking, he was trying to, you know, give them some game and break everything down. He actually broke everything down, like you talked about doing. And the kids still didn't want to listen. They said, well, I got this. I want the shiny championship belt. I want this, that, and the other championship trophy and belt. And they weren't trying to listen. And the mother saying, oh, let my boy do what he want to do. Let my boy do what he want to do. It's like he needs a knight and he needs to be a squire. Like women think that a lot of men are like Superman. You just have it. And no, we're more like Bruce Wayne. We have to become Batman. We have to get all these coaches. We need a Ra's al Ghul. And I think a lot of these boys don't have a Ra's al Ghul. Luckily, I found one with the things I was into, but they just don't. And hopefully Dion could be Travis's Ra's al Ghul. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I mean, certainly having mentorship, you know, men that you respect, that's the real key of it. It's not just having men around you, but men that you actually respect, because those are the ones you'll listen to, because those are the ones you want to become like. So if this is a man you want to become like, you're far more likely to listen to him when he talks to you. Furthermore, you want to be approved in his eyes. So if this is a man you respect, you want to win his approval. That's why you listen. So if he's fortunate, he's in that kind of situation, and he'll take advantage of that as an opportunity. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that, Great Lakes champion. Let me go ahead and see if I can grab Elliot here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and see if I can grab Elliot here right quick. All right, let me go ahead and get Elliot to go ahead and turn your camera and your microphone on for me here, Elliot. I'll give you about 5 seconds to go ahead and get that going. There you go. All right, Elliot, unmute yourself, sir. Unmute yourself.
What's up, family? You hear me?
There you go, brother. What's on your mind?
So y'all have said a lot of pertinent information tonight, but it's something out of all the guys calling in and talking about sports and stuff that you said, even stuff that you said in the past. Something that made me think about it is a lot of these sports have become institutionalized, you know? And, you know, I grew up in the 80s and my father brought me into baseball. And that was a year-round sport. My dad was hands-on. You had to really nurture that talent. And as sports has become institutionalized, that's why a lot of black boys are no longer in baseball, because dads aren't there to shepherd them in. And out of all the sports, when it comes to basketball, institutionalized, you got to go through AAU, coaches, and, you know, if the family is not there, it becomes tough to kind of really guide that boy into it. A lot of guys kind of can do it in basketball, but in football, it's something different about football. And what I've realized is football is like a slick babysitter for a lot of single moms. It doesn't require them to travel. You just got to buy them equipment and drop them off with the coach and leave and come back.
Yeah, I mean, they can very easily wrap their minds around it, because most single moms are dependent on the state. The schools are a extension of the state. So they go along with whatever the state tells them. And the state told them, hey, it'd be good to have your kids in football. And she can wrap her head around it. Ooh, this would be a male figure here. But the problem with a football coach is, number one, he's not a replacement for a father. But the reason he's not a replacement for a father isn't simply because he's not the biological father. It is also because a father has control and authority. The football coach does not actually have true authority. He's got authority as far as the school. He does not have authority under your roof. There's the element that's missing. So she's okay with giving a man limited authority, but she's not okay with doing what a woman is supposed to do and have a man who has unlimited authority. And that's why it doesn't work.
Right. And I was telling one of the ladies at my job, or one of the employees, she's a grandmother and her son passed away, so she's keeping her grandson, and she's older, and so she's more out of touch and understanding the nuances of young men becoming. And she was telling me about when the boys was picking with him, and we're talking about on the football field. And I was like, picking with him on the football field? I said, baby, your son is in the 10th grade and the boy's 280. What you mean picking on him? I said, dear, just power drive that boy into the ground. You can't pick his fights for him. I said, you going up to the school, talking to the teacher, that's not going to work. There are some battles young men have to fight on their own.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. The reason why you were touching on a very good point. Mothers are inclined to coddle their sons. This is why you have to have a father around, because when the boy is young and he slips and falls, she comes and picks him up. As men, we understand, stop doing that. He needs to pick, if he's strong enough to walk, he needs to pick himself up, because this is the first life lesson I'm teaching him. The world is not going to pick you up. You don't get to sit down and the world's going to come cater to you and coddle you. That is not what's going to happen. The world is going to expect you to fix these issues. Your mama is not going to be able to come to your damn job and fix nothing. We've seen some hoes try to do that. Some of us have worked a place where we saw hoes try to do that. You get your ass and him arrested up in here. No, you stop going up to that school. You're not here to coddle him. And the other thing is, you're also not here to protect him. We build men by not coddling them and not protecting them. You need to stop pretending to yourself that he's still your overgrown toddler. He is not. You have a husband. You go see about him. That's what you do. That's why you have to have a man and authority in the home to tell the woman your job was to nurture him. Nurturing stops at about 3 or 4 years old. And there's a man to put a hard stop on her and say, enough, no more nurturing. You will not be allowed to do that, because all you're doing is ruining him. If you don't have a man to do that, then you end up with a bunch of females. The boy's 20 damn years old and she's running up to the school like he's a 4-year-old toddler. And now, no wonder you got so many beta males who expect the rest of the world to respond to them the way they mama been doing all these years. Now he's shocked and surprised and broken when the world doesn't work that way.
Right. And, I always, at work, my dad, he comes to see me, he checks on me, and they're always amazed by it that we have a relationship. I have a great relationship with my mother and my father. That's another story. My parents were married 50 years and my dad called a divorce after 48 years. No, they were married 47 years. After COVID, my dad decided to do something different. Another story. But anyway, so they're always amazed at the one-liners my dad always tells me. And one of the one-liners the women love is, they were trying to get me to do something. And I said, I'm going to tell you what my dad used to tell me back when I was a young man. My dad would tell me, that's not a 2-man job, son. He'd walk off on me. And as I got older, I realized how funny that was, but he was right. But then, so when I tell them about that story, the women are saying, I liked it, I'm going to use it. And I was like, yeah, you're using it because you don't have the instinct that men have. Like my dad would tell me, that's not a 2-man job. Figure it out, you can do it. And he would walk off. And so there's another quick story I'm going to say, then I'm going to move on. My parents were split up for like a year and a half. My dad stayed in LA. And my mother went to Cleveland. So I went to stay with my mother in Cleveland for about a year. Then my dad called for me and I went back to LA. And I remember that day. It was an amazing LA day, 75 degrees. Word Up was the song on the radio. Anyway, we pulled up and my dad got my bags out. We stayed in Granada Hills in the valley. And my dad got my bags out of the car. He showed me around the house. It's your room. It's the bathroom. It's the living room. He went to the backyard. He was like, it's the backyard. I'm sure you're going to make some friends. Y'all gonna play baseball back here. He said, I got a league for you. We're gonna play baseball. And then he said, I looked at a fig tree. He goes, that's a fig tree. He goes, I eat fruit off that fig tree. He said, it's good fruit. And he said, and again, I ain't seen my dad in a year and a half. I talked to him. And so he said, do me a favor, go get that trash can and go get that rake. And I'm still kind of like excited because I ain't seen him in a while. And he said, go rake them figs off the ground, put them in the trash, welcome home. He stepped in my back and went on in the house. And I think about that to this day now, and I'm like, he just kind of busted my bubble. But my dad wasn't, he just was back into dad mode. He wasn't mesmerized. He wasn't coddling me. He was like, I love my son. He's back to work. Let's get back to doing what we're doing. And as a parent now, I understand it now. You know, as men, there are a lot of nonverbals that we communicate with. And that's the thing that the kids miss, because the mothers want to get in the way. They want to, like you said, coddle. But it's a lot of nonverbal messaging men give. And if you're not in the home, the boys and the girls miss those cues.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important that if you're a man who's on point and you understand your masculine responsibilities, you have to prioritize a female who understands hers. Mm-hmm. Glamour is nice. A nice basketball booty is nice. A cute face, slim waist is wonderful. But it's better to have a 7 that's with the program and adding to what you're doing than to have a 10 who's costing you and challenging authority and done messed up everything you're doing over here. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see if I can jump over here to Dan. I still got some folks over here on Zoom. I've been on for 3.5 hours. I'm going to have to try to speed things up a little bit here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Digga Dan up here on Zoom. All right, wake up, Dan.
You can hear me?
All right, brother, what's on your mind?
You can hear me?
Yes, Dan, go ahead.
Oh, shit.
All right, Dan is getting flummoxed by this newfangled technology. I can see and hear Dan, but his iPhone 3 is fighting.
Okay, I can hear you. I can hear you clearly now. What's going on? I want to comment on both of those situations because your title is a perfect fit, because that's actually a whole lot of that going on the streets. It's just people just not talking about that because it's two celebrities. One is a celebrity and one is on his way to become some great. And Travis, he's going to have to learn the hard way. But what's funny is that where's the women in this family at to, you know what I'm saying, that to talk to him like, hey, son, you can do better than that. You know what I'm saying? At least I had some women in my family, because they'd be like, hey, you know, you could do better than that. And they just kind of leave it alone.
No, brother, it's the same story, brother. Everybody's sitting back waiting for their cut. What? You just call it what it is. They sitting back waiting for their cut, bro. It is what it is. They just hoping he get a $10 million deal so they can get their little cut off of it, and whatever happens after that is what happens. And with Pappoose, I already knew as a shorty, I knew that was a failed marriage to begin with. I already saw that coming because, you know, I think because she got more shine, more notoriety than him. But the problem with Remy is you didn't downgrade to a lower battle rapper. Like, well, I'm not going to be able to get into it tonight as deep as I wanted to here, since we had a lot going on, which was good, by the way. So I'll catch up on this on the next program. But let me comment on that right quick. When Pappoose and Remy Ma got together, she was the heavy. She was the star. Yeah, he had the name out here in the streets, but let's just call it what it is. I mean, she blew up at that time. He was enamored with that because, I mean, at the time, he was dating one of the hottest chicks in the game. So, of course, it is very easy to go for her at that time. But she's got issues. She got issues. And she showed those issues as soon as she got her record deal. A year later, she's going to prison. So he's trying to emulate this Tupac fantasy or whatever. We're going to hold it down, things like that. He's being a hopeless romantic. And so even when she got out, he's not picking up on the cues that she's kind of wanting to call her shots and do her own thing. So when you two met, she was up here and you were down here. You telling yourself, but my love keep us equal. And when she went to prison, he might have been thinking, okay, my stock has upgraded because she been to prison and I held it down. My stock has been upgraded. What he's found out is no, it wasn't. That's the problem. He found out that he doesn't act. We gave him credit for what he did for those 6 years, but she didn't. Not really. And he's just now finding out that, brother, she didn't give you no credit for that.
And here's the thing, brother. I got 3 more things to add on that. Her son is locked up for attempted murder.
I mean, I wasn't gonna.
I think that's her son or
I wouldn't. No, that's her son. Now that's the son she had before she met Pappoose. So she had that son with somebody else.
So,
and what I'm saying is, I won't go into details about it. So what I will just say is, by the way, 2006, Mama go to prison. 2024,
damn, he's locked up.
The son's going to prison. Are you sure this is wife material, bruh? Or is this all just one big coincidence?
You know what else that put me in the mind too? I just thought about something else too, just quickly, because I know you've been on the road. I know you on the road with the calls and stuff. Another thing, I really believe that usually when a woman start making that type of notoriety and start making way more money than him, not saying that he broke, I don't know his financial situation, but he don't strike me as the type of dude that they're slacking in any type of way, but may not have the notoriety as she had. She's keeping up with an expensive lifestyle that he probably can't even obtain. You know what I'm saying? So because you talked about that in the marriage lives. You remember that program you did back in May 3rd about the marriage life, how these married dudes, they got to work extra harder to keep their woman or their stepkid happy. You know, even if it's breaking his pockets, that he still got to overwork to try to keep her satisfied and ain't working out. So
yeah, I mean, that's the thing right here is that technically speaking, when they met, she was up here, he was down here. He was respected in the streets as an artist, but financially, she was doing better than him. She does a prison bid. She's come out. She's done some things, but let's just be honest. Ever since the Fat Joe thing, it's been downhill. I mean, it's not like she's really pushing no numbers or anything like that. Nobody's sitting around talking about we waiting for the next Remy Ma album. So that's not going on. So technically speaking, her star has been descending. Pappoose is basically maintained where he is, but now he's messing with a younger chick who's on top of the world right now. So technically speaking, 20 years ago, she was up here and Pappoose was down here. Now what's happened is the roles are, at least socially, the roles are really kind of reversed. Clarissa Shields has a future and a long runway. Remy Ma doesn't. She's come to the end of her runway. That's why her husband is with a chick who's on top of the world, and Remy is with a discount version of Pappoose who isn't offering anything. At least Clarissa is offering a future. Easy the block captain, Easy the blockhead is not offering anything
at all, man. And it's just and then she's being messy because she knows it's a bad look, but this is another way to play victim, to play the blame game. You know what I'm saying? And let me tell you something else. All the so-called sisterhood who was it's the same way with the Joe Mathis situation. All the sisterhood was praising him for holding her down and all that. And the same one said, I think he was cheating on her. I mean, y'all don't know that man was cheating on her or not. If he was cheating, the business ain't out there on the front street. You know, it comes out. They come with the victim shame. They come with the victim mentality, and come with the blame game. It's always throwing back on him.
Well, it's whatever makes you most valuable. If praising you makes you most valuable to them, then they praise you. If condemning you makes it more valuable to them, then they condemn you. That's how it goes.
Yeah. So I think this the best. I think this is a good title. You naming it because again, it's a dozens cases like that. Not even just being a superstar, just being somebody, just say if you somebody on your block is that dude. You know what I'm saying? What if he getting on the street or what if he getting it in legit world? You know what I'm saying? We see cases like this all the time, but most likely ain't gonna end up on no social media like that. We know how them things wind up ending, but I ain't gonna say too much. But to get to that level, you know what I'm saying? What is public like that with it's famous people, that lets you know that it's a problem. And a lot of time, and brother, I'm one of those dudes would check. You know what I'm saying? Would let my homies or family members know, like, look, that ain't that. You know what I'm saying? I went through that with my uncle when my daddy was alive. And me and my daddy talked about it. I said, man, listen, I don't love my uncle to death, but I need to have a one-on-one conversation with Unc. And my daddy was right there and saying, hey, listen, if he married that bitch, I ain't going to that wedding. And my uncle, he finally came to his senses in his 50s at the time, and he didn't make that move because we all saw, all the men in the family, we saw what the game was, like clear as day. So
I mean, look, that's why I tell these older cats, y'all niggas get lonely. You're not fooling nobody. You getting lonely. You trying to avoid the streets. You just want reliable sexual access. You don't want to compete. So now you ready to just settle and just you'll take whatever takes you, and then it ends badly for you. I'll let you have the last word.
And my uncle been down that path before. Marry a single mom, get her pregnant. She divorced him, took half his shit, put him on child support. You know what I'm saying? Daughter grown. Then you talking about you want to go down that road again, but this time with 3 kids. Like, you got to be crazy. But good as always, Jason Black, keep up the good work. You know, I'm always going to be paying attention and learning and doing.
I appreciate you. Thank you for checking in with his phone's breaking up on him. Like I say, hey, man, I'm just going to keep it 100. You know, just Pappoose. If it was me, like, hell yeah, I would have took Remy Ma. You kidding me?
And deal with it, nigga.
I mean, Remy Ma back in 2004? Are you kidding me? That's not even a question. That's not even a joke. So, hell yeah, I would have taken it. Damn right. Wouldn't have married her. Wouldn't have got her pregnant. Would have had an escape plan. But if she had been available, why wouldn't you? Why not? I have no issue with that, whatever. But let's not be silly. Let's not sit up here and disregard her obvious limitations. She had a kid when you met her. Well, Pappoose had some kids too. That ain't the damn point. Bruh, you see what this is. I'm not giving you demerits for getting with her. What I'm saying is you got permanent connections, and look how it turned out. Bruh, you sitting up here taking care of another man's kids for decades. You taking care of it while she's in prison, and look what she did. She get out the joint and she's like, let me go find a little bum broke nigga to hang out with. Okay, but that's who she always was. And I'm just saying, hey, y'all judging. Just because she a single mom, y'all judging. Okay, and then she did some single mom stuff. I'm not downing him for getting with her. I'm just saying, hey, bro, okay, if you gonna do it, there's rules. There are rules. If you gonna get with somebody like that, dude, there's rules of engagement. That's the issue. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Richard here. Probably gonna make these the last couple of ones I do here because we've been on for a minute. All right, we got Richard here on Zoom. Richard, what's on your mind?
Hey, Jason. Mr. Black, great program as always. I appreciate your input and your insight on this, but just jump into it. I know we always got real hard on the old heads for a lot of reasons, but thanks to them, I feel like this is the first generation where we have options as FBA when our masculinity is at least somewhat respected, especially relative to like the scene in the Malcolm X rail car, where had to call him boy and everything. It gets worse going from there. So it seems like we've been conditioned over generations to accept bad behavior. And I know it's a lot of my younger friends are far less accepting of like a lot of the gynocratic things you see going on here versus, some of my older friends who are bigger on the happy wife, happy life, or trying to turn a blind eye to this stuff. Do you think any of that is valid, or am I overthinking it? Just trying to think of this from like the bigger picture.
Well, if I understand your question correctly here, I don't think a person benefits themselves at all by ignoring things. And I don't want folk to do that either. I want you to understand things. Life is messy. It's the idea that you're going to get a sanitized, clean investment that doesn't exist. So the real thing is accepting what it is, understanding that things have a price here, and try to, as quickly and concisely as you can, narrow down the things you must have, and it cannot be an eternal laundry list, but the things you absolutely must have versus the things you want, and then what you are willing to do for that. And once you get that solidified to yourself, then dealing with other people is going to be easier in that either you're going to say yes or no, come to a decision sooner. Because where people really get messed up at is trying to get over on other folk. And so you end up going in this orbit forever where you're trying to get over on them. They're trying to get over on you. You're not being totally honest. They're not being totally honest. You don't want to give anything. And y'all keep going round and around each other as opposed to coming to a resolution as concisely as you can, which you can only do when you're sure what you're willing to do and what you're not. But that's a lot because now you have to commit to that.
Oh yeah, that's a lot to reconsider. I have to play that back and think about some things because I was having a discussion with some of my friends, and like the criteria I would say is pretty simple. Just the typical fit, friendly, feminine. Hopefully, they're smart, and then they're not needy financially, and not obese, and all natural, like with real hair. Just like things like that, and classy with a low body count. I already said a lot of criteria, but I don't think any of that is that big of an ask. But
well, ideally, what you're saying shouldn't be. No, but you also have to be clear about why you're asking for them. A high body count is a risk factor. Is it a guarantee? No, but it's a risk factor. A female who has grown accustomed to lots of men laying on top of her, what makes you think that you won't just be another number? I have to remind people, if you've been with a chick who slept with 30 dudes, brother, can you remember the last 30 restaurants you've been to? Can you remember the last 30 pairs of shoes you bought?
Nah.
Can you remember the last 30 classmates you had?
Nah.
Then what makes you think that she remembers all 30 of those men? That's the reason why a high body count's a problem, because I just put this in the context for you. Brother, you can't remember the last 30 of anything you did. Do you realize this is literally this? She slept with so many people now she can't even remember who they were. Okay, but as men, we'll remember that. If a dude slept with your woman, you walk by in Walmart and he give that look. As men, we know, wait a minute, why is he looking at you like that? We can just see it in your eyes. It's like, wait a minute, he's looking at you like he's seen you naked. Now, that's a feeling right there. Now, you're married to it. At that point, I don't know if you can hold your manhood no more. Maybe you can. All I know is that's going to sting. That's going to sting. So do you want to have, that's the reason why body count matters in that context as a consideration. It's a risk factor. Are you willing, does she bring enough positives that you're willing to take that risk? I don't know. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But you need to be aware of why you consider it to be a risk factor and why you don't like it. Not just, well, she done slept with a bunch of folk. I've just explained to you why you think it's a problem. So when you mention all those other things, just remember, just like for females, when they start saying, okay, he needs to be 6'5" and he needs to make $150,000, $300,000 a year. Okay, just remember, mathematics is going to take over. There's only a certain percentage of the population that's going to satisfy those requirements. Same thing for you as a man. Every time you make those requirements, remember, there's only a certain segment of the population that will be able to satisfy that. She needs to be a size 6. Okay, how much of the female population of America is size 6? Okay, size 8. How much of the American population of females is size 8? She needs to have natural hair. Okay. She needs to be able to know how to cook. How good does she need to be able to? You see what I mean? How good of a cook does she need to be? She needs to be good with kids. How good? How much of the female population in America meets that requirement? To you, well, these should just be natural character traits. Okay. Well, yeah, but there are natural character traits and then there's socialization. Cooking is not a natural character trait. It's something you're taught. Hopefully she naturally has an affinity for it, but she's never going to naturally just start cooking. That's not the way cooking works. So this is mathematics, and you have to be aware, the more you stack that deck, there's only a certain number. It's not like there's a store you can go custom build them in. And also there's pros and cons. For example, you want a female who's smart. How smart? Oh, Jason, very smart. Very smart. Okay. PhD level? Yeah, that'd be great. Then just understand, a woman with a PhD thinks she's smarter than you.
And deal with it, nigga.
Now that goes along with that. Brother, she didn't go to school for a damn decade and thinks she's not your equal intellectually. If she's got a higher degree, she thinks she's at least as smart as you, and most likely thinks she's smarter than you because she probably got her degree in an area that you're not familiar with. Even if it's not practical or useful, she's going to tell herself she's smarter than you. That goes along with having a smart chick. You know what also goes along with having a smart chick? Being calculating. Candace Owens is a smart chick. You can already see the problems with her. Just at face value, you can see how this is an issue. So if you say you want a smart chick, I'm like, do you know what that means? Do you want everything that comes along with that? Or do you just want your own custom idea? Well, she needs to be smart, but not too smart. You said smart as she can be. Okay, things come along with that. I want her to be pretty. Okay, how pretty? Pretty as she can be. Okay, how much do you want her to value being good looking? I need her to value that a lot. She needs to take care of herself and keep herself up. Okay, then do not be surprised when she is an expensive woman who takes a lot of time in the bathroom. Do not be surprised if she's a very expensive woman. She needs to have the best hair care products, the best makeup, the best clothes, because how you do one thing is how you do all things. Oh, we weren't ready for that.
Oh, I mean, I'm just considering all that, because when you say smart, I just wanted to be smart enough to like raise good kids and not do stuff that's stupid and prevent me from doing, you know what I mean? Like,
how do we measure that?
Just like being able to.
How do we measure it?
Not say. I think you can say if a person does things that aren't wise or they have
okay, but
don't make any sense.
How do you measure that?
I think you can kind of tell when you like. I think all of my friends, I can have conversations with them.
I mean, but I'm stopping you to say. By the way, do you hear what you're saying? Nothing you just said is something that can be measured. You literally say, "Well, I think you can feel it. I kind of think you can tell. I kind of think you." You see what I mean?
Well, I should
your
ask
heart,
you that,
your heart's in
honestly.
the right. Your heart's in the right place. But what I'm trying to tell you is, by the way, how would you even measure that?
I should be asking you, honestly.
Jason. I'm asking you, brother. I'm asking the question because you can't measure that. That's not something you can objectively measure, which is why you were saying, well, you kind of gotta. You're gonna take your best stab at it. Now, there is one thing you can measure. You can measure how much she respects you. You can measure how much she accommodates your program. You can measure her allegiance to you. You can measure that. You can measure if she's a disciplinary problem. Is she defiant? Is she challenging your authority? Oh, you can measure that. So maybe you don't have all the answers, but you can definitely measure if you have somebody who's complicating you. Now that you can. Is she someone who makes everything smoother? Or is she someone who brings a bunch of problems? Or the occasional problem? Okay, maybe she doesn't defy you every day. No, maybe she only defies you once a month. Okay, once every other month. You feel better?
No. So I get what you're saying about as far as you already said body count, and that limits the pool. And then as far as being able to measure everything you just listed that you can measure, that limits the pool. And then pretty enough to present. Like the pool is so limited that if now that's why I brought up the whole thing about this generation finally having options. I think we accepted a lot of those things, but now we need to not enable a lot of that bad behavior, because I think that's why the pool is getting so small, because people settle in where they shouldn't.
Well, I mean, the pool has gotten smaller because what we expect from women in society and men has changed. Your grandfather didn't have to make six figures. None of his friends did either. Take a look at the house your grandfather bought your grandmother. Now take a look at the one that you're expected to buy. It's not just that they're 100 years different. Take a look at the differences in construction, materials, amenities, the neighborhood. You are in a mansion compared to what your grandfather had. And you're expected to do that. This is what's expected of you today. That's not optional. So your level of performance is far higher than what was expected of him. Okay, now that we got that sussed out, the females you're dealing with, you're living in a world of other men who do meet that standard, and she wants one who can too. So guess what? That standard just became the one for you too. You don't get a vote. So that's how the environment has changed. Now that you understand it, you're supposed to do what a man is supposed to do and adapt.
If there aren't a lot of men that qualify for what you just said,
nor should they. Throughout history, they haven't. So that's another thing y'all need to get over there. Throughout history, most men throughout history did not pass on their genes.
But our parents' generation did, though, right? But because everything was more affordable, so they were able to provide things more evenly, and then people were less materialistic. I feel like they had a lot more options than we do now if we want to keep a lot of the same.
Well, with the advent of the middle class, but then again, these are a lot of economic constructs. But I'm talking about up until the last century, the majority of men throughout history did not get to pass on their genes. The well-to-do men, the conquerors, the strongest, the most economically viable, that was the majority that had their pick of the litter. The other fellas just got in where they fit in. But that's just genetic history. That's not my opinion. That's just genetic history. So today, it's not really shocking. Most fellas don't have their pick of the litter. Men never have. The average guy ends up with what he can get. And the average female ends up with the average guy, but she resents him. Because she knows there's better out there, but she doesn't really qualify for it. And she doesn't blame herself, she blames him. Or at least she takes it out on him. And that just is what it is. That's not going to change. Your job is to make sure that your situation is as solid as it needs to be so that you don't have to tolerate the worst case scenario. Now, that's your job. But as far as the majority of the population, brother, the majority of men are going to have average jobs, average income, average living standard, average female, average car. The overwhelming majority of 80% of the men are going to have average, 80%.
So why was there a bigger pool of women that met the criteria?
Because the men didn't expect as much from them. What did your grandfather expect from your grandmother back then?
It wasn't. I don't want to compare myself to my grandmother.
But you need to, because that's what you just cited. So you said, why was the pool bigger? Well, what were those men filtering for back then?
Well, they only had one option because thanks to Loving versus Virginia, I don't want to get into all of that.
No, brother, that's not the case. Back then, you didn't have the internet. You had females. They were in one town. The men were in one town. They chose from the available options that were the closest to them. They didn't have access to the world and just be in a holding pattern, hoping that some basketball player someday will slide in their DMs. She had a biological clock. She needed to pick from the options that were available and choose as quickly as she could. So she didn't have the option of dallying around. So she got with the average guy, and hopefully he would buy her a house and a pickup truck while she worked. And that was the standard. 5-star hotels were reserved for the wealthy. Today, you got 5-star hotels in every major American city. So that's what I mean by things have changed. What's expected of the men and women has changed. The environment has altered. What was good enough for your grandfather and your grandmother is no longer considered good enough. What they were willing to accept back then, you all are not willing to accept now.
But you don't think there's any difference with black men specifically? Because I think we've never really had our masculinity respected up until recently, and we're in the present day where it is.
I don't think our masculinity has ever been respected, and I think it's acknowledged, but respected. I would question that one.
But nobody's calling us boy. Like, it was really. I mean, compared to what it was now.
They might not call you that, but the real difference isn't whether or not they call you that. The real difference is whether or not they regard you as that.
But for our women to have, like, the old heads, I don't know what they did in their generation specifically, but for their grandparents to have to be disrespected in front of their women, and then us not to be able to like protect them in that situation, everything that they had to do with now, I think we've kind of, as black men, we've advanced more to where the respect that we can demand and what the options, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, the bottom line is, while some things have changed, a lot of things remain the same. And the things that gather disrespect today are not the same things that gather disrespect back then. Your inability to compete on the same level as your non-black counterparts, that gets you boy status. There's literally that movie with Tyrese, Baby Boy. I mean, that's what gets that. Women are comparing you to your non-black competitors. If you're not keeping up with them, she's calling you a boy in her head because she's seen better and she knows there's better out there. So that's the reality of that. Looking for big billboards and these types of stereotypical anachronistic euphemisms and metaphors like being called boy. It's like, no, it's about how you get treated. If you're not receiving the same level of deference and admiration that your non-black counterparts are, yeah, that's boy status there. Does she regard you as equal or greater than them? If he doesn't, that's the real equivalent of what you're talking about. I'll let you have the last word.
Basically, well, just to cut to the chase, and my issue is with the gynocracy and a lot of the things that we've had to deal with them, our fathers, and a lot of people are going and having options and not having to deal with those types of things before. And I think that with us being a captive audience, not having a lot of options, I see a lot of, FBA men, it seems to allow behaviors that other men don't allow. I was kind of surprised when the Nigerian caller called earlier in his situation. I didn't know that they kept last names from I thought there was more of a patriarchy there, and FBAs were kind of world renowned for, a lot of the matriarchy that we have to deal with over here.
I've been telling you now for a decade and a half that that's not the case. They got blonde wigs and weaves over there in Nigeria. Been had them now for a decade and a half. That's not new. Everybody talks about the cake soap and the skin bleaching, brother. That's not new. The internet cafes where they're parading up there, X-rated for white men. That's not new. This is old. This is old, brother. If you've been listening to me, y'all been talking about that for over a decade and a half. That's old news. So I don't know how there are just artifacts that are going back and forth. So there are certain things they're holding, but there's a cultural dynamic that has changed. The reason why young Nigerian males got their mamas upset is because what his father was expecting from his mother is not what these young Nigerian men are encountering out here in the world today. The Nigerian females today are not like their mothers and their grandmothers were. That's why these dudes are holding back on marrying. Because like, hey, mama, you pressing me to get married, but these Nigerian chicks over here, they're not like you. They consider you to be old and stodgy and bad. So you pressing me for a bunch of females who are nothing like you, and you're just assuming they are, and they're not. So that's the issue that you run into.
So they're a matriarchy too. Just so the black community is a gynocracy, right?
Okay.
I didn't think that other communities were a gynocracy.
You're throwing a lot of terms around here, and I don't want this to become like Rollo Tomasi's academic fest where everything is an academic exercise, because at the end of all those labels and names you're throwing around, the bottom line is what you do about it. So gynocracy or not, matriarchy or not, at the end of the day, the only real question is, okay, now what is your position in it and what are you going to do about it? Because being able to identify these things and label them and categorize them, okay, that's cool. We all accept that. Now what?
Well, I appreciate it. Nicole, I have
okay, there's my point. Is that okay? Now that you cataloged all that and got all the names and all the jargon and all the labels, we got it. We accept everything you're saying. Now, what we're gonna do about it?
What to do about it is the options that I listed. I mean, not the option, the standards that I listed before. Which the only two that aren't within her control is with being smart and, not being needy financially.
Okay, here's why you're messing up, sir. You're messing up because you keep trying to steer the conversation back to the females.
At the end of the day,
the only thing you can control is yourself. You cannot control other people, and you cannot control females. You can only influence them, and you can only influence based on what you do. So the problem here with focusing on all these terms and jargon that you're using is you're using them as a mechanism to focus on the females, which you have no direct control over.
Right.
So all you can keep doing is talking in circles because you're discussing something you don't control. And the only thing you do control that would be able to influence something outside of yourself, you're refusing to turn the conversation there and focus it there.
No, what I can do is I can stack. And then I feel like I've progressed pretty far in my career to where, I can build on that, but as far as what the options are out there in the list of criteria I laid out, I don't really think that they're
okay, brother. You're assuming that you even qualify for the options that you're bemoaning.
I don't know why. As far as I could provide, I think I'm. Okay.
Let me try this a different way. When this program gets finished tonight, because it'll stay available, I want you to go back and listen to it. I want you to go listen to Denzel Washington speak, and then I want you to listen to yourself.
I appreciate it. Yeah,
I want you to listen to Denzel Washington speak, and then I want you to listen to yourself, and then ask yourself one question. If I were a female, which one of these men do I want to follow?
Shoot. So my provision.
No, sir. No, I'm just talking about simply their ability to speak, because right now you don't sound like you're in command. You don't sound like you're in authority. You don't sound like you're in control. You're literally whining about what the females are or are not doing. You're not taking charge at anything. And and that's why I asked you, what makes you think you qualify for the women that you're lamenting about? Do you think that they're listening to you right now and saying, damn, that's the kind of fella I wish I had?
So you got to be able to talk in a way that like how Denzel speaks, to where
what I'm saying is that you need to be, nobody would ever accuse him of not being confident. Nobody would ever confuse him of not knowing where his place in the world is. No one would ever accuse him of not having an agenda. You don't have confidence. You don't have an agenda. You don't know what your place in the world is. You're trying to figure out how to move the females. You're supposed to be concerned about moving yourself, being in control and command, starting with you. And then the females, control and command over there becomes a side effect. You're trying to figure out how to get the females where you want them to be. And what I'm saying is, by the way, brother, are you sure you even qualify for that? You think you do?
No, I'm just lacking communication skills, honestly. I think if I was in the interview and I was selling myself, I think I'm coming off this way because I'm speaking quickly. I know, I'm trying to get through the points because I want to hear your take on a lot of things.
Competence breeds confidence. You can't
I'm
fake.
Confident in my career,
brother. You can't fake. You cannot fake confidence. And what you just described was what I've always called a professional alpha. Guys who are good employees, that has nothing to do with your interpersonal skills with women. Nothing. So you can be a fantastic employee and you can be a great social employee at the job and get along with your coworkers perfectly fine. That has zero to do with a one-on-one relationship with a female who's trying to evaluate you as her protector and provider. Nothing.
So as far
just
as
like when you were in college, the kids who were great college students, that didn't make them great leaders, now did it?
No, not at all.
Thank you. And if you were one of those kids, would you even recognize it?
I think that a lot of them I know are doing pretty well though.
Okay, brother. What I'm saying is that if you were one of the kids who thinks they're doing well with the books and then can't realize whether they're not a leader of men, would you even recognize if you were one of those people? That you're evaluating yourself at the job and at the classroom. And by the way, take a look at socially. Is it balancing out? I think if you take a look at it honestly, you realize, maybe not so much. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Like I say, as men, at a certain point, you don't have any answers if you keep circling back to the women. Well, we can change the women. Okay, the part of manhood is we recognize that there's only so much you can do with women. The only thing you have control over is you. Why are you not focusing the overwhelming majority of your energies on the thing that you do control? We need to get these women together. No, you need to get you together. And then the women will have no choice but to adjust what they're doing. All right, let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom again here. Let me go ahead and jump back on Zoom here. Let me see. I think I got Elijah here. Elijah, nigga, is you in a prison cell? Where are you?
No, I'm in the stairwell.
Nigga, okay. I thought you was at Alcatraz.
No.
All right, then they got your edge growing up there.
Yeah, they sure do.
What Elijah say? He didn't trick off his money this year on the Gucci belt. He said, "Let me go get a hairline." So, I ain't mad at you. What'd you say? Them Turks got you edged up good.
They sure did. This was my third hair transplant.
Third one? Oh, you might want to go. You might want to find a different place in life.
I ain't even stopping yet. I still got some more work to do.
Nigga, they gonna run out of hair to transplant here in a minute.
No. I'm done with the hair transplants, but we still gotta get the body looking right a little bit. So I still got some ways to go.
What they say, he's buying everything he can, everything else you go to the gym for. All right, brother Elisha, what's on your mind?
Hey, 3 questions because I know you got some other brothers and sisters on. My first question is with what you started with the Pappoose and with Pappoose and Remy Ma. Pappoose, from the years I've been listening to him, a deep conscious brother. You know, he can really spit. He is like, you know, part of that old school hip hop. Like he just, you know, he knew how to call it what it is. He had that revolutionary voice. What gets to me, Remy Ma was never compatible with him because you can even hear her on her own lyrics. Like, how is this a match? It seemed like a mismatch. Where did this brother actually go wrong thinking that this woman was going to be his go-to?
No, because when they met, they were both coming up in the rap scene. So they were actually peers. She was the one who got on bigger than him. So right. Pappoose is very well known in New York and very well respected in New York. But Remy, they were looking for females back then, and she was good enough that she could get a record deal. So now she's going to get national marketing and national distribution. That's what I'm saying. The two of them were at the same level when they started, and then all of a sudden she ends up being up here and he's still down here. Her perspective, she was a single mom, so you already know what come with that. Single mom out of New York City, so you know that dysfunctional environment. So she brought that to the relationship. You remember, this is just after the Tupac era, so you're dealing with these guys in New York. You got guys like Common and whatnot, and they tend to be hopeless romantics. So they're talented rappers, they're talented artists, but they're also hopeless romantics. So what are they looking for? They're looking for somebody else in the industry. Now, you and I know that never works. In the porn industry, the worst thing a porn star can do is get with another porn star. That doesn't work.
Of course.
Hollywood, same thing. Okay, these rappers keep trying to make that work. So they go try to get somebody in the industry because you figure we have something in common. And in reality, the only thing you have in common is you're in the industry. So one of you is going to wind up being very subservient to the other. And ultimately, that person was him. He wound up having to give much more than her because when she got put in prison, she can't give anything.
Right.
So he winds up having to hold the relationship together for the both of them. As a matter of fact, he marries her right when she goes into prison. So that tells you about his motives and how he's thinking and moving and operating emotionally. This is not critical logical thinking. This is all emotional.
Yes, sir.
So when you're being an artist and you're in love with your art, you're being very romantic. Romanticism has its place, but romanticism and logic are by definition in conflict.
Yes, sir.
So that's what happened with him. And as the years went on, he just kept digging deeper and deeper. And the bottom line is he expected her to honor his sacrificing for her.
Right.
He thought that surely I've done enough and I've done something that 99% of the male population would never do. Surely that's enough. And he found out, no, it's not. That she has turned around and dismissed it. And the real thing was the warning signs were there from the beginning. You can be willfully blind if you wish to be. Don't be surprised if the other people around you are not. You can tell yourself, we make a great rap couple. Dude, that's a headline. That's a story. What is she as a woman? And are you willing to accept that? This ain't no damn headline. You're not married to a headline. You're not living with a headline. Who is she as a person? He saw what she was as a person. And I will tell you the fact that her son is getting ready to go on trial for murder. I mean, mama goes to prison, son goes to prison. Dude, you knew what you saw what that was. And yes, he ignored it because she was a name and they're vibing off of being a big name in the music industry. And, oh, a lot of black folk know we together, so we're symbolic of some black power couple. And he stayed and kept digging until he ended up where he is now. She'd been cheating on him for years. Yes, I mean, that was public. That was open. It doesn't get more disrespectful than that. She did that and then didn't back down off of it. Now that is contempt. That is, I hate you. Well, Jason, why is she doing what she's doing right now? Because her fortunes have reversed. She's no longer the hot name that she was. Ain't nobody offering another damn record deal. So now it looks like her husband has a second lease on life, at least with a female with a future.
Yes, sir.
Now she wants him to freeze where he is because her options are no longer what they were.
That's right.
So now she wants him to freeze up because she needs that. And we'll see.
Brother, but that to further expand on this question, if a man goes all out of his way to marry somebody like that, how could and I'm not asking this question about like how the last caller trying to change the females. I'm not trying to do that. But I'm asking, how could she see all of this and have contempt for the same person that was just trying to uplift her when she was down? And yet you didn't have none of that smoke for them correctional officers or for that judge who sentenced you, but you want to have smoke for the one who helped you. And this is somewhat like female nature. How could something like this happen, big brother?
Well, I don't know how much she had for judges or corrections officers. I'm not really sure about that. And it doesn't really serve you to start a fight with them because they can tack on more time for you, which doesn't serve anything. What I do know is obviously she did not respect this man. And him being a nice guy didn't get him the respect quotient that he was assuming he would get. So you want to know why I spent years and going on decades now warning men about this, the myth of being the nice guy. This is what being a nice guy gets you. You're telling yourself that you're building up capital and being a nice guy, and that's not the way that works.
Yes, sir.
And no, it's not right, and it's not fair, and it's certainly not honorable. But did he prioritize having a right, fair, and honorable female? Or did he get a down-ass hood chick from the Bronx who will bust your head open? And you fell in love with the fact that, by the way, she's got some rapping skills. That doesn't change all those other things I just said she was.
Yes, sir.
That is on top of that. And you see which one won out because she wound up going to prison right when she needs to be on the damn street cultivating her career.
That's right.
Nicki Minaj, it's unlikely that Nicki Minaj would be ruling the mountain the way she did if Remy Ma hadn't gone to prison.
Yes, sir.
So right when Remy needed to be on the street, she gave it up, and Nicki Minaj been sitting there ever since.
Yes, sir.
So are you with a female who's prone to do that kind of stuff? It was very obvious he was. And understand, a lot of dudes like that. They're in New York City, so they think they want a chick who's aggressive because they're in an aggressive city. And so they start acting like girls. They're romanticizing those things without considering all the ramifications of it. And then you end up with a chick who's willing to do a prison bid. Oh no, she's for real willing to do a prison bid. Now he's with Clarissa Shields, who will knock your ass out. So we're noticing some similarities there. He certainly seems to have a type as far as aggressiveness.
Yes, sir.
But ultimately, by the way, that's a real thing. Remy isn't playing about that, and she's not kidding. Okay, she's got some gangster in her, and you like that about her. But can she control it? And what you found out is she actually can't. She's willing to be gangster even when it sabotages her. Now she's out here on the street and she done got gangster with her own damn husband. You got another nigga in your bed? I mean, that's a security risk. But like I say, when you're younger and with Remy, you get some crazy chick and whatnot. She's hood, she ghetto and whatnot. I'm very sure that she is an absolute savage in bed. I am certain that she is barbaric in bed. She is unlimited. And that's cool when you're in your 20s and y'all don't have any kids. It's not cool when you're in your 40s and she's parading some little numb nigga around here and mocking you. It's not cool anymore. She was leading with sex when you met her. That's one thing when y'all were young and you were kids. Now she's middle-aged and she's still doing it. Now you don't like it anymore. It was there the whole time.
Yes, sir.
It was there the whole time. And she's still doing it. Now he's done grabbed another chick who's demonstrating the same tendencies. Now, she hasn't gotten pregnant I don't think Clarissa Shields has any kids. But by the way, dude, have you noticed? Yeah, you've got another chick who's basically running the same pattern. She talking about fighting Remy Ma. I'm like, okay, who's paying you for that? You're supposed to be a professional boxer. You ain't supposed to be fighting unless you're getting paid. We're going to fight Remy Ma over what? This nigga over, you going to have a boxing match with another woman over her damn husband. You're talking about fighting another woman, literally fist fighting another woman over her husband. How raggedy are you? So he's definitely showing that, he's got a type and he wants to go back. Because all he's doing, Clarissa is just showing he's spun up the same record again. He's ready to give it another round.
I got a question.
Okay. Brother Elijah has been kidnapped in the Twilight Zone. All right, his phone got kidnapped in the Twilight Zone, so thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. Here, he was doing all right there for a moment, and the next thing you know, the Romulans got him. So somebody said chopped and screwed. The Romulans got him. All right, let me go ahead and see if I can get Vic. Go ahead and see if I can get Vic on the horn up here. All right, Vic, wake up.
Yes, sir. I'm up. Let me just turn on my light.
All right, Vic, what's on your mind?
Yes, sir. All right. I just want to ask a couple quick questions since I know it's late. I wanted to ask about breaking bread, right, with somebody that's helping you out, that's a partner with you, right? But also you brought them in to a job, but they're bringing in their tools, they're bringing in and they're bringing their help as well. I want to ask you about that, breaking bread with somebody, and then also introducing someone to who you connected to, so someone that probably got the job for you. So I want to ask you about
why do you want to split money with somebody else?
Because they're helping you out. So if someone helps you out with a job,
you're repeating yourself. What was the value of them doing that, as opposed to you doing it yourself? How is that? How is that an advantage to you?
But they're bringing some of their knowledge.
Okay, so you're saying that they bring knowledge that you don't have.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, possibly
that I don't. You sound hella unsure.
Yeah, that, and as well as labor. Bringing labor, so cut down on the time that you would be doing the work as well.
Yeah. Okay. My whole thing is, okay, you say they're bringing labor and it helps you to cut down how much time it takes. Are you making more money because of it? Yeah, there you go. Well, they got knowledge I don't have. Well, I'm just saying, if you're bringing another person in, we talking about splitting money. I'm like, if they're not increasing how much you are already getting. Because it's one thing like if you're making $1,000 a week, you work with them and now you're making $1,500 a week. That's one thing. But if you were making $1,000 a week, now you brought them in and you're making $1,000 a week. It's like, okay, well, what's the benefit here? Well, they got knowledge that I don't have. Okay, aside from that, I would just go ahead and get whatever knowledge they got about that right there and whatnot. But other than that, how is this helping you? So that would be the thing right there. If it's not making more money for you, then what are we doing? I'm making the same amount of money. Now I brought somebody else in. Well, that complicates life. You got to cooperate with somebody else. That complicates things. So what is the benefit that they're giving you for this added complication? Well, they got knowledge I don't have. Understood. Is that knowledge that you don't have translating into more money, more income?
Well, they might be also.
Okay, they might.
Yeah.
Let me try this a second time. So, is that knowledge that they have that you don't translating into more income?
Well, if they tell you how to conduct the business, you know how to be able to. Like, all right, how to achieve more, how to get more out of it. That I say that.
I mean,
that was
okay. Well, like I say, what you're giving are vague metaphors. My real thing is, well, they can get more out of it, then I expect to see more. Now, I don't know what more out of it is that does not also translate to more money. So if you're going to get more of everything except more money, I'm like, okay, are you sure you're not playing the mind game on yourself? So I'm going to get more out of it. Okay, is what they're offering translating into more money?
So I wouldn't say it that way.
Okay, is this a female?
No.
The only time niggas start splaining and making irrational arguments to keep somebody else around, I'm like, this must be a chick, because he don't, all of a sudden he don't care about money no more. He wants this person around, but he doesn't care about money anymore. So it must be a broad.
No. And I heard you. I remember you touch on a topic dealing with females on your Patreon. I've listened to that before, so it's not about females. It's about another gentleman. You know, another gentleman.
No diddy. But in any case here, like I say, the bottom line is, okay, they got knowledge you don't have. Okay, first of all, that's not a good thing, because the only reason you would want them around is so that you can have that knowledge for yourself. Once you have it, then what?
Then I'm thinking this is what my thought is, that there'll be a partner.
A partner for what, nigga?
Oh, do the type of work I'm doing.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, you want a partner to do the work you're doing, so you want to double the labor that gets done. I still haven't heard a pathway to doubling the damn income. So are you just trying to solve the issues of HVAC in the state of Florida, or are you trying to make more money? Because if you're not interested in making more money, then this sounds like charity. Which is cool too, by the way. Little old ladies can't get their central heat done. Y'all two can go and double up on that. That's cool. Do what you do. What I'm saying is you're talking about doubling the labor force without doubling the income. I'm like, okay, I'm just trying to figure out what the motive is that you like about that. Jason, I want to get twice as much work done and without an increase in income. Okay. Why is that attractive to you?
Yeah, I really don't have an answer, but besides also like the labor, like, all right, you're gonna help me carry this equipment, help me pick up this equipment from this place, take it to that place, bring some of the equipment that I don't have, like you have this, I have that, so we bring it together.
I mean, that's good, but like I say, other than that, I don't hear anything that justifies that. So you're like, okay, he's got knowledge you don't have. Well, okay, certainly you want to get that. But then after that, well, he's got equipment I don't have. Okay, why is that an advantage for you, for him to have equipment that you don't have? Why would you not want to get the equipment yourself? Why is it more valuable for him to have it and not you?
Probably because it could be like some, depending on the job, but it could be expensive. Where for me,
okay, is this the equipment that you need? Because what I'm saying is that even if you don't get it right now, I'm like, okay, if so far you're saying he's got knowledge I don't have and the equipment I don't have, and and the access that you get to his knowledge and equipment is not translating to more money. So I'm questioning how valuable this knowledge and experience is, because you're saying he's got knowledge ain't got an experience I don't have. Okay, and yet you're telling me having access to that is not getting you more money either. How valuable is this?
Yeah. I don't have anything else besides that.
Okay.
Brother Black. I don't have nothing else.
Okay, my thing
that.
is,
then,
I'm not telling you what to do in that case or not. What I'm saying is that this doesn't make financial sense. So if you want me to sign off on this, show me how this makes financial sense, because I keep asking you, okay, is this partnership giving you more dollars? Because why do you need a partner to make the same money you're already making?
Yeah.
We got knowledge and experience. Okay, is it giving you more money? Because you're going to work to make money, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, if his knowledge and experience is not giving you more money, then what are we doing?
Yeah,
so that needs to be resolved. Okay, if we're going to have a partner, that's supposed to be a partner helping you make more money. If you have a partner to make the same money, brother, this doesn't make financial sense.
Yeah.
So get it to a point that it makes financial sense. You're going to have partners, your money's supposed to go up. You got a partner and your money ain't going up, brother, you have a play pal. That's what you get. You got a playmate.
Yeah. You're right.
So get that resolved. Give me a call back in a week.
So,
y'all, he's got playmates out here and just, I don't know what we're doing. Why are we doing it right here? You got knowledge and tools. You get more money from it? I don't need more money. You sure this ain't abroad? No Diddy. Speaking of no Diddy, I got Onan up here. Where you at, Onan?
What's up, brother Jason?
Hi, Onan. What's on your mind?
Not much. Can you see me?
You're in the dark over there, but what's on your mind?
Okay. So, two things. You're always talking slander about women from the Bronx.
Slander?
Yeah, you're always slandering women from the Bronx.
Tell me one thing that I've said that was not anatomically correct.
I mean, it is true. Some of the chicks from the Bronx did be tripping, but every borough got their ratchet tricks, man. They'll be tripping on the Bronx.
Man, if you don't quit lying on here, I got folks from New York gonna bust your head open lying talking about this some of them here. Dude, if she comes from the Bronx, she comes hood certified, period. And by the way, once again, just like Chicago chicks, I respect that. I just be what you are. Don't pretend you something. The Bronx is not damn me Mayberry. It is not. The Bronx is not Mayberry. The Bronx is not what is that, Bikini Bottom on
Yeah.
SpongeBob SquarePants. No, that is not this. The Bronx is not damn me Sesame Street. So
Yeah, nah,
let's not
it's-
say that. If you look, and I don't know if Maria came from the Bronx, but this no, that's not what you're gonna get.
Hey, but quiet is kept, man. Some parts of the Bronx, if you go up to City Island, man, they got some good seafood restaurants on City Island in the Bronx, man. You ask anybody from the Bronx, they'll tell you. You take the BX12 to get out there, you know. But
And some parts
point,
of prison have nice books, so it's just you can find something nice everywhere.
you're a funny dude, Jason. But to get to the point, I do think that chicks like Clarissa Shields, I think that she's able to defend herself, which poses a threat to women like Remy Ma, you know, because Remy Ma or women like her.
Remy don't want none of that. Remy shoots. So it's
but see, that's
Remy
the
is not
thing.
gonna fist fight you. If you start winning a fist fight with Remy, she gonna reach for a 22.
And that's what I'm saying. She's going to resort to what she knows. So I don't think it benefits each side for them to try to get physical. But, you know, I do think Clarissa Shields would give Remy Ma the work if I'm to be blunt. You know what I mean? Because I'm a big boxing fan. I've been watching boxing for years.
No, there's not going to be a boxing match. Remy is not a boxer. Remy is barely a fighter. So, no, it's not going to be nothing like that. So,
so you don't think Remy Ma is going to take up Clarissa Shields on that boxing match?
No, this wouldn't even make good celebrity boxing. So, no, it's nothing like that.
Yeah.
This will be about a 10-second fight because it is one thing for a female to get hit by another female. It's another thing to get hit by another female who has been taught and trained how to hit you. So
this is a fact.
The first time that Remy tries to throw a punch and it's all weird and wild and it's not really straight, Clarissa's just going to move slightly to Clarissa's left, bust her with a right, hit her with a left hook, bust her with another right. It's going to be the hardest she's ever been hit in her life. All she's going to see is stars and spots, and we ain't even playing the national anthem. And that's all it's going to be. So, no, this would just be totally unfair and illogical. One of them is a trained fighter. The other one's a trained rapper who's been in a few street scrapes. But that's all that's going to be.
Mouth.
No, that's all it's going to be.
Yeah.
She's going to hit. Remy won't even see it coming. It's going to be just that bad.
It's going to be a bad look for Remy for sure. But I'm going to land there, my brother. $1.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, it won't even be nice. It's not a fair. One of you has been trained. The other one isn't even aware. Not even aware was about to happen. All right. Well, I had to make up for Friday here since we didn't get to be on live then. So now I've been on going on 4 hours and 45 minutes. Man, all my long haul truckers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers, my stay at home, self-employed people, we have gotten you through another shift, at least halfway through it. Had to go ahead and weigh in on that. I'm going to come back and talk about Remy Ma and Pappoose. I'm going to come back and talk about that tonight. Really had to go ahead and hang and bang on Travis Hunter. We're going to come back about the Remy Ma thing and Pappoose. There's a lot of real estate there to touch on. So a lot of dimensions to that and some things I want to clear up and be able to touch on. But tonight was Travis's night, so we'll come back to that. Y'all go ahead and do that thing here. I want to thank everyone who's contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to Hitakuri. He's been giving out memberships. The Griffin keeps on giving here. Creole King, Ripside, thank you very much for your support here, Ripside. Levels of Love podcast. Levels of Love, all right. King Black King, thank you very much here. Everybody else there who's contributed tonight, thank you very much for your support. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Everything you heard us say tonight, you will see all of them incorporating it here next week. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. Got to do something for y'all over there on Patreon is here as well. Looking forward to that here also. I want to thank all of you here for tuning in to tonight's program. Thank you for watching live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.